All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Sources Control Board. One moment, I think we have an echo in the room. Source of the echo. Apologies, folks. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. All right, well, there's still an echo in the room. Hopefully things are okay on the platform. It just sounds like I'm in a stadium. So good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Sources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd. It is 9:03 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by my fellow board colleagues, being joined remotely by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo and Board Member Morgan. And here in person, we have Board Member Sean McGuire and Board Member Laurel Firestone. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Biba Malatik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you are intending on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda with instructions on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code on the side of the room and a laptop in order to sign up. If you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the board clerk. And when you're at the podium, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation. And please do silence our phones here just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. We start off every meeting customarily here with public forum, and we do have a handful of public forum commenters. I believe they're all virtual here, and so we can make our way through them. First, we'll call up Mary Butterwick, be followed by Nicole Lee, Ray Tahir, and then Nicole Whipple.
Well, good morning. My name is Mary Butterwick, and I'm a resident of San Francisco. I testified at your recent hearing on the Bay Delta Plan updates in Chapter 13 of the draft staff report. I'm here today to remind you that we are still engaged and very concerned about the ongoing ecological crisis in the Sacramento River and Bay Delta. The numeric portion of the inflow objective for fish and wildlife beneficial uses has been removed, modified, and relocated to the revised proposed program of implementation. I am very concerned that removing the numeric limits from this water quality objective will weaken the board's ability to implement and enforce minimum in-stream flow standards. In the absence of numeric objectives, we are left with narrative statements that are so vague as to be almost meaningless. What do phrases in the narrative standards such as expected to provide benefits or contribute to achieving actually mean? It appears that the board is proposing a very low bar for future implementation and enforcement of the inflow objective. In the external scientific peer review, the reviewers were given 6 statements or conclusions to review. Although there was general agreement that the first statement regarding the decline of native aquatic species was scientifically sound, there was no such consensus regarding the remaining 5 statements. For example, one or more of the reviewers had the following comments. Management actions may have some benefit for native species, but still fail to reach critical benchmarks or functional thresholds. The draft report is lacking in a water quality discussion, and it is unclear how changes in flow or habitat will affect harmful algal blooms. A life cycle modeling approach is needed for salmon that takes into consideration spawning, rearing, ocean run, and adult returns. The draft report lacks specifics on how the monitoring of flow and habitat will be performed. One reviewer expressed low confidence in the conclusions of statements 2, 3, 5, and 6. Creating habitat does not guarantee use or benefits that lead to increased production system-wide. Taken together, these comments highlight for me a considerable degree of uncertainty as to whether the voluntary agreements can be at all effective in protecting the beneficial uses of concern. We do know that substantial increases of protected freshwater flows are needed. I urge the board to reject the voluntary agreements and adopt a science-based update to the Bay Delta Plan that protects an adequate percentage of the Bay Delta's unimpaired flows. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate you addressing the board in public forum here, Ms. Butterwick. I do want to just make sure and note for folks, I believe there's someone else that will, I believe Ms. Nicole Lee here will like to talk about the Bay Delta Plan as well. Do want to emphasize here that the public comment period has closed for the current draft that's out on Bay Delta Plan. Next steps are that we will be processing those comments and coming back out with here then a near final draft. So your comments here are appreciated. We are listening, but they will not be part of any formal responses that you'll see in the Bay Delta Plan because that comment period is closed. So with that said, folks are free to continue to address the board as they choose, but did want to make clear that the comment period is closed, and so these comments won't be formally responded to, but we, as always, appreciate everyone's engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Lee then, be followed by Ray Tahir, and then Nicole Whipple. Okay, thank you. Ms. Lee, if you're hearing us, I'll sometimes take public forum comments out of order. So if you're not able to make it quickly here, I would be glad to take your comment here later. Next, then we'll go to Ray Tahir.
All righty. Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Okay, let me start the video. Well, this is gonna be short and sweet, but I need to forewarn you that there are some inaccuracies or glitches in the presentation that I submitted to you, but I will correct them in my current presentation. Next slide, please. The petition submitted to the state board on January 25th, 2006, actually it's January 15th, 2006, challenges the regional board's non-point source trash TMDL order that was adopted on December 18th, 2025. Petition asks for it to be placed in abeyance pending possible resolution. The state board has yet to acknowledge receipt of the petition. So could you do so without deliberate speed? Next, Water Code Section 13287 is still up in the air. It is my contention, as you probably know, that 13287 is invalid because the Office of Chief Counsel made an unlawful revision to it by adding a heading section that addresses definitions for certain general orders and disclosure requirements. What does the board intend to do about this? Please answer. Next slide, please. Forgive me. The Office of Chief Counsel's question and answer memo issued in April of 2013 needs to be voided because it is outdated and was never approved by the state board. Among other things, the Q&A is defective because it references general orders, terms that were contrived by the Office of Chief Counsel without legal authority, and references the report of waste discharge, which incorrectly marks the commencement of impermissible ex parte communication because, according to Chief Counsel, it is an application for a decision that will occur in a hearing before the board. However, the ROWD is not an application for a decision, but rather an application, in this case, for an MPDS permit. Once the permit has been finalized, then it goes to the regional board for approval. Next slide, please. Oh, no, I take that back. The Office of Chief Counsel must, by the way, the Office of Chief Counsel must comply with Government Code Section 11125.7 as it relates to ex parte communication. This section addresses the subject of public comment at board meetings with specified exceptions. The section requires state agencies to provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the state agency on each agenda item before or during the agency's discussion or consideration of the item. This also applies to ex parte communication and is referenced in Bagley-Keene. Next slide, please. In closing, what I intend to do is send to the clerk a revised copy of my presentation. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
No, I don't think any further questions, Mr. Tahir. Good to see you this morning and appreciate your comments here during public forum.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank you
good
too.
day.
You too. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Whipple.
Mahim.
Good morning.
Mahim Sintamana Kanama, Nicole Anna Round Valley K Anna. And my name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and I am, here to just share a little bit of information about myself. I am a policy specialist with Save California Salmon, and I also work with a number of nonprofit organizations throughout Mendocino Lake and the North Coast region. And I apologize for my short notice of the meeting today, but some of the things that I really wanted to point out and ask the water board to consider, or, as we have spoken before on degradation and um, your your place in this space to that's one of the key points of the water board and the commission's right is to stop the promoting the degradation of our water systems and protecting our water quality. And some of the things that I have been studying and researching and having the opportunity to take courses on is, really about the monoculture way of, how these water projects that we're talking about specifically in the Bay Delta really are promoting these monocultural agriculture systems that are just exactly, science tells us that they are, the reason why we are in this climate crisis and that these water systems are failing, which is why we're trying to grab and reach for all of the water that we possibly can from every other place. And I'd really like to see the water board take a opportunity to take in consideration, the health factors, some of the other things, in some of my other comments on the Bay Delta and other water regions and projects, I've also spoken about the health crisis, and talking about specifically how our water is, I feel like sometimes these water projects, in my mind, I'm asking myself, like, is this a way for the medical field to secure for job security? Because if we're going to continue pouring poisonous water into crops and feeding people these waters without having adequate processes to regulate what is going into the water, and all of this runoff, that ag runoff is, extremely dangerous to the consumption. If we are people who are going to be providing consumable foods, we need to be careful of what is going into these foods, and why do we have to create such mass quantities? It's the smaller farmers who actually provide actual food for our people here in California. And I think that we need to take priority in not only serving the underserved, our indigenous people, and taking in those considerations, but also serving for our people in a healthy manner. So, when we talk about monoculture, it's really, we really need to consider the fact that diversity allows for adaptation and the ability to fight off different things. And with these monocultural farms and egg that we are trying to protect so heavily by exporting as much as of our natural resources and water, we're not only depleting our fish and our riparian habitats, but we're also then feeding into this system of synthetic, you know, processed foods. We can't honestly say, I always say, as much as I love organic farms and the small farmers and appreciate them, I always say the overall mass majority of organic foods are overrated because there's no way that we can actually say that the waters that we're pouring into these egg farms and storing full of algae blooms and all of these toxins are truly organic. But I guess if that's, you know, considering our bodies have to adapt to all of these antibiotics and things that are put into these monocultural, food ways of growing food systems in egg, then I guess that has become basically who we are, just a bodies trying to fight and live amongst all these MGO and monocultural style farming techniques. But so I just really would like for, the water board, I'm speaking, to think about the wellness. I am from Round Valley, and we are looking at, becoming our own suppliers of water. And that is very important for me to think about moving forward, as, what water quality looks like for the users that we provide water to and will be serving. And at this point, it seems like these water projects are just too large. And if we're going to look at best science, let's look at all of the science and the connections to the health and well-being of the water quality that we intend to produce, and what the production is for. Again, I don't believe that serving only big ag is serving California in an appropriate manner. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate you addressing the board this morning, Ms. Whipple. Good to see you again, and look forward to further discussion and engagement around the topics you've brought up and the role of the board here when it comes to protecting water quality. I think there's a lot to further focus on and try to unpack. So just really appreciate your words this morning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Kariwadam. Walk well.
Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, I'm not on the Zoom platform. Clerk, is Ms. Lee on the, okay. I think that wraps up our public forum commenters this morning. Thank you again to everyone that addressed the board. It's always very much appreciated. Next then, now we move on to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the February 18th, 19th board meeting. Looking to fellow board colleagues.
I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The board meeting minutes are adopted. Much appreciation. Next then, we go to an uncontested item number 2, just checking if it's still uncontested. Amongst board members it is. Just thank you to all the folks and staff that worked on the item and prepared for a motion, I believe.
I'll move to adopt item 2.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate just the good cleanup work on the basin plan. I know recently in a chair's meeting, other regions, I think, are looking to really take a fresh look at their basin plan, see if there's some work they can do to freshen them up that doesn't require sort of significant work, but maybe just clarity. And so I really do appreciate the region's work on that. Okay, that now brings us to our informational items, our first being an informational item on just our current hydrologic conditions. Welcome up, Ms. Bean. Quite the water year we find ourselves with. Good to see you.
Oh, good morning. Yes, good to see you as well. I'm Jessica Bean. I'm with the Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to give you a relatively brief update on our current hydrologic conditions and response. Next slide, please. So I'll touch briefly on the statewide hydrology highlights, the Scott and Shasta rivers. There was a request to start hearing a bit about the Colorado River, so we're going to give you a little bit of information there. Also talk about water rights reporting. I'll note that there was also a request for more details about Bay Delta flows, and that's something that we're looking into, so I won't have that here for you today, but in future updates, we're working on that. All right, next slide, please. So we've had an interesting weather pattern winter going on so far. And so I thought I would just briefly touch on the fact that we have had the warmest winter on record for most of the western US. We had nearly 40 days of warm, dry conditions, and then a rapid shift to blizzard-like Sierra snow conditions in some areas, followed by a short warm storm, and then back to dry, warm conditions, very, very much a ping pong effect there. But looking into March, as we go a little bit deeper into March, if you look at the two graphs here, you can see that both for the precipitation outlook and for the temperature outlook, so top and bottom graphs here, we can see below average precipitation is forecast right now in the area, and then above normal temperatures going into mid-March. Next slide, please. So this is looking at the California Water Watch, for February 28th, and basically the map that you're seeing here, the green colors are about average for accumulated precipitation for the water year. The blues and purples are above average, and you can see we have a band of that area in more of the southern part of the state. Right now, we're looking at about 115% of average for the water year. Let's take a look at the precipitation indexes. Next slide, please. So here we have the Northern Sierra Precipitation Index, and again, we're trying to track that, that blue line. So currently, as of March 1st, we are looking at about 41.2 inches, and that is 113% of average for March 1st. Next slide, please. Moving down to the San Joaquin Precipitation Index, it's at 28.4 inches, and that is 105% of average, which is about where we were this time last month in terms of the percentage. And then next slide, please. So looking at the Tulare Basin Index, we're at 20.9 inches, which is 109% of average for the state. And about a month ago, we were at 104%, so slightly higher. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking at the snowpack right now, if you can move down to the lowest graph there, which is the statewide average, just noting we're well below normal for most of the state, but we are better than a month ago. So our percent of April 1st average right now is 57%. That was 36% a month ago. And then the percent of normal for the state is 66%. And again, that was at 59% before. So we are higher, but still not where we would like to be. So if we pop back up again to the northern, we can see we're at 40% of average for April 1st. That's 46% for, this was February 28th. Going down to the central area, 58% of average and 67% of normal for the state. And then again, in the southern area, you can see that April 1 is 78% of average and percent of normal is 90%. So again, kind of tracking that same that we're seeing a little bit more in the southern Sierras versus northern. Next slide, please. We're very similar to where we were with all of our major reservoirs for as we were a month ago, so everything is trending above average. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the Scott and Shasta rivers, just noting here that in February, we saw a maximum daily flow of over 5,700 CFS, and we had a minimum daily flow of 375, which were all above the minimum requirement of 200 CFS, and that will maintain for the rest of March, that 200 level. It's also worth noting that the snowpack in around the Scott River is 8% of average for March 1st. So yeah, that's pretty low. Next slide, please. And then looking at the Shasta River, we had a maximum daily flow there of over 600 CFS, and the minimum was 208. There is a slightly lower minimum flow here is 125 CFS. That's going to maintain through the 25th of the month, and then it drops down to 105 for the 24th of the month, the 25th through the 31st, we have that 105. The snowpack is looking to be 29% of average for March 1st in the Shasta River, so also quite low. Next slide, please. Did want to point out that Dwinelle Reservoir, which connects to the Shasta, is now it was about where we were last year, the last time we met. Now it's down to 36,000 acre feet, which is starting off much lower than we were last year. So that is going to have an impact on water use in the area. Next slide, please. Okay, just briefly looking at some hydrology in the Colorado River region. I'm going to talk to you a bit about precipitation and snowpack very briefly. I do want to note, I don't dig into the water supply here because it's very complicated, and we are going to talk with the Colorado River Board and ask them if they would come and do an update for us a little later this spring so they can give you much more detailed information than I'd be able to. But what we're looking at right now for precipitation in both the upper river basin, the lower river basin, and the Great Basin is between 65 to 126% of average, which in this case is 1991 to 2020. They had above normal precipitation in October. In November, the upper basin was much drier than normal, but the lower basin was a bit wetter. And then in December, basically everything was much drier and warmer. They had some high record temperatures in the area. And then it's worth noting that in January, for just the month of January, it's 50 to 75% of average. We run about a month behind in being able to provide this information. NOAA does an update. They'll do their next one for February at the end of this week. So we'll kind of run a little bit behind in providing this. Next slide, please. So looking at the snowpack, what you're seeing here in the graph is the snow water equivalent conditions. And basically, if you see pink and red, that's very poor conditions. So if you take a look at the key, you can see 30 to 50% for the dark red. And so very poor snowpack in the area. It's at or below 50% across most of the region. And multiple sites on this map have seen record lows for this time of year. They're also seeing snowmelt as high as 10,000 feet, and early February snow cover is the lowest on record, dating back to 2001. So again, very concerning conditions, but in terms of how that's going to impact water supply, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the future. Okay, next slide, please. All right, this is my final slide to wrap things up, just noting that we had the deadline for the last set of water rights annual reports. It was on January 31st. We did have a late fee grace period through March 2nd, which we have just passed. We did communicate with our users, our CalWaters users, and also our email subscribers more broadly to let them know about all of these dates throughout the beginning of this year. Our last email went out on February 27th. Just to give you an idea of where we are, we've had approximately 25,000 reports submitted this year, which is 60% compliance. Last year, around this time, we had 26,800-ish reports submitted. So we're very close to last year, which is very exciting to us, considering this is a brand new system. Just to give you a comparison, in 2021, the last time we had a major update that impacted reporting, this is when we switched to the water year reporting versus the calendar year reporting, we only had 20,000 reports submitted by this time. So we're actually doing better than that. And this is with an entire change to a system. So I just want to call out the fact that we've had an incredible amount of work from our team. The division has really stepped up. We've been doing a lot of work helping people. But I would just say folks should keep reporting. Even if they're in there, please, we want folks to continue reporting. And we will be coming back at some time later to give you more detailed information about what we're seeing and what we've experienced this year. So that's what I have for you today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bean. Really appreciate all this and really appreciate the numbers on the CalWaters reporting. I think to your point, to be able to at least be at 60, nearly where we were here than last year, with a brand new system, getting everyone in has been an incredible lift. And I really want to just commend, importantly, our folks on the front line here in the program that have been responding, being both responsive through email, through calls, in-person workshops, and of course, all the supporters, whether it's Aqua, Farm Bureau, and others that have helped really get the word out, help get folks into the system, and start to see the benefits of this incredible investment that we've been able to have. So I really appreciate all that. I know there's been a lot of interest in D1641, this board's previous water rights decision from the mid-90s on the projects and Port Chicago requirements. I know the letters that we received had indicated that it could very well be a water cost of 600,000 acre feet to the Central Valley project to meet that requirement. Now that we're at the end of February, I think that number was a lot less, we know, because of storms that came in. I think it'd be helpful to just do a recap on what we saw there. And in fact, might be helpful to invite back in our project operators. I know we had had a moment in the fall where we had them before us here earlier in the year. It might be a good mid-spring check-in here to try to just have a conversation around what we're seeing on the system, what folks are having to respond to. I know because of the precipitation here in February, there is a Port Chicago requirement here then in March. And so it'd be nice, I think, for all of us, since there was so much interest in the public and through letters on those requirements and what the system is seeing, if maybe we have a report out on what we saw and what the system actually did, because I know there was a lot of really big numbers thrown around, and I know that those didn't come to fruition. So I think it's important to maybe just circle back and make sure that we're being clear and communicative as to what the requirements the board has and what we're actually seeing on the system.
Chair Esquivel, if
Yeah,
I could
please.
just add to that, I
Board
agree.
member.
I think it would be very helpful to have that update. And I'll note that I also just saw the Central Valley Project's recent allocation projections, and I think they're at 15% for the year. So it would be really helpful to hear how they see the water year shaping up, especially with the low snowpack that we're seeing that Ms. Bean just shared with us, and coupled with pressures on the Colorado. So I think there's the ecosystem flow concerns that we have, as well as the water supply concerns. So there's a lot going on as this season evolves that would be really helpful for the update.
Yeah, I appreciate that and agree, and really feel as this board goes to consideration, obviously, of changes on the system, having a more active understanding of what's happening in the system, what's being kept in, what the requirements are dictating, and where we're going, I think will be very useful. So thank you. I think that'll be good to have. Looking to other fellow board colleagues if there's questions, comments, thoughts on this, water year. Every water year has been a unique snowflake. You just don't know what you're going to get. Is it going to dry out? All right, we're up, one moment above normal, then the next below. So as we're always reminded, there is no normal water year type in California water, quite literally. Well, thank you. Really appreciate it, Ms. Bean. Thank you for the presentation, and look forward to what I know will be further. So much appreciation. All right, that wraps up item number 3, and we can transition then to our second informational item, which is an update from our Office of Enforcement. Good to see you, Ms. West. And just at the top, thank you for doing this. I've really just appreciated the snapshots into enforcement. I think they really provide a good window into a lot of work that I think a lot of folks don't necessarily see here. And so just really appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I really appreciate that. And again, my name is Yvonne West. I'm the Director of the Office of Enforcement here at the State Water Board. And as you mentioned, I am here today to give you a high-level overview of our enforcement program in 2025. As you know, the Office of Enforcement provides both legal and technical support to all of the Water Board's program areas. We always function on the prosecutorial side in adversarial proceedings, and we were established to ensure that violations are properly investigated, documented, and enforced against in accordance with the Water Board's policies to promote compliance, deter future violations, and protect water quality, water supply, and water availability for the benefit of future generations. Currently, the Office of Enforcement consists of approximately 65 staff across 2 legal branches and 2 technical sections consisting of 5 units and specialists, senior specialists. The water board's enforcement programs, however, rely on staff across all the regional boards, the divisions, and offices to investigate and develop our enforcement cases and pursue them. Today, I'll be going over a general overview of program level highlights for both water quality, water rights, and drinking water programs. Then I will take some time to focus in on specific programs and case highlights in each of those 3 program areas, and then briefly touch on some cannabis program accomplishments for 2025 and wrap up with our enforcement goals leading into 2026 for the Office of Enforcement. So if I could go to the next slide. As I mentioned, the water boards have 3 main program areas: water quality, water rights, and drinking water for our enforcement program. As you know, the State Water Board, along with our 9 regional boards, are entrusted with authority to enforce a broad spectrum of regulatory programs. These are the 3 main programs on the slide here before you. And then in addition, we have a few specialty programs, including the Cannabis Cultivation Enforcement Program, our Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Prevention Program, our Underground Storage Tank Leak Prevention Unit, our Operator Certification work. The Environmental Lab Accreditation Program has its own enforcement efforts, and our Environmental Justice Enforcement Task Force are some of those specialized programs. And I'll mention them throughout, but they're not gone into great detail on this presentation today. If we can click into the next, on water quality. If we're looking at water quality, well, to start with, just to compare to last year, on a program level, we imposed $35 million in administrative and civil penalties in 2025. I think if you'll recall in my 2024 update, it was $37 million, so we're kind of very commensurate there. Looking at the water quality program specifically, there were over 5,590 inspections conducted, which is similar again to our 2024 numbers, which were 5,516, so a slight increase. We brought over 12,000 enforcement actions. This includes informal actions. This is a pretty big increase from last year. We saw an increase in informal notices of violations, mostly in the stormwater area and the regional boards. We also imposed or issued 181 administrative civil liability complaints totaling over 24 million. Out of those, we saw 9 million. We saw 9 million in funding for SEPs. We also, in 2025, were able to conduct a 2-day enforcement summit for our regional board prosecution leads. This was a training that covered a broad range of enforcement topics that was put on by the Office of Enforcement. We conducted 1 day in Northern California, both hybrid and in person, and 1 day in Southern California, both hybrid and in person. And this has allowed our administrative executive officers from the regional boards and other high-level enforcement staff to attend and participate and share information and experiences in the enforcement program. We provided training that included a discussion on the impacts of the definitions of the waters of the U.S. in the Sackett decision, which I'll talk about later. Some more best practices for gathering and presenting evidence, document management practices, expert witness testimony, and case prioritization training issues. If we go ahead and click again, moving into the water rights program, we saw a significant number of inspections and enforcement actions brought this year. 121 inspections, 386 notices of violations issued, 10 cease and desist orders, up from last year we had 5, and then 11 administrative civil liability complaints. Actually, this needs updated. It says 10 administrative civil liability orders, totaling over $250,000 in penalties. We also supported the division in processing revocation requests, 44 of those, and closing 86 complaint investigations. And with that, I'll go ahead and click on the next one. We'll go to drinking water. Drinking water, the drinking water program is the newest program that the Office of Enforcement supports. Enforcement numbers for the Division of Drinking Water are compiled annually by July 1st in their compliance report. So I don't have 2025 numbers up here, but I did pull and put up some 2024 compliance report numbers. I should mention that the enforcement numbers for water quality and water rights are preliminary. You'll see final numbers when we issue our, when OEMA works and issues the progress reports at the end of later in this year, but these numbers are pretty solid from our various databases. And then in the Division of Drinking Water, again, their compliance report comes out on July 1st. Currently looking at their 2024 numbers, they issued over 2,000 formal enforcement actions. And it says here addressing 58% of all violations, but in looking at those violations that were addressed, I want to note that they really do focus on the more significant violations being addressed in their entirety. You'll see they break out in their performance, in their compliance report, the types of violations that were addressed through formal enforcement, and the more significant types of drinking water violations were addressed. There's 90 to 100% of them addressed. And then some of the lesser ones aren't addressed through formal enforcement. I just wanted to put these numbers up here to give you kind of a sense of the scope of your enforcement program across all of these program areas, and the number of staff involved in making these numbers happen, and the importance of the enforcement component of all of the regulatory programs of the water boards. If you could go to the next slide.
Ms. West, if you have a quick moment.
Yeah.
Board Member McGuire.
Just thank you for the presentation. A lot of numbers here,
Yes.
a lot to digest. We have a lot of permittees and systems and a lot of moving parts in California water. So I'm just trying to understand, make sure I'm following the numbers. So on the drinking water column there, where it says 2,358 formal enforcement actions, I'm thinking we have 3,000 public water systems. Maybe there's 7,000 water systems in total. So are you saying we had enforcement actions against 2,000 water systems, or do certain water systems have multiple enforcement matters that they're dealing with, and that's why we see so many? Because this seems like a lot.
Yeah,
to me.
there's multiple per system, and to give you kind of a sense, their compliance report for 2024 identified 3,189 violations for federally regulated contaminants incurred by public water systems, with 1,500, just over 1,500 of those for failing to meet MCLs.
Okay.
So those violations, there are multiple violations for systems.
Okay. So maybe, so this is helpful. Maybe in the future, we can break this down by number of systems that were affected.
Sure.
Through violations, just to get a sense of scale, because it's a little hard for me to see that here through this presentation. But I understand where you're coming from the enforcement lens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, how do we connect the dots across, how many systems are being impacted, and importantly, that return to compliance piece. Because ultimately, when I think about enforcement and the work that you do, it's all about how do we encourage systems and permittees, the regulated community, to get back into compliance and hopefully stay there. And one of the biggest challenges that we have is on the drinking water side, and with our SAFER program, and trying to ensure that we have, I know that there's close to 400 systems that are regularly out of compliance. We're trying to get that number down, and enforcement and compliance actions is a part of that. And so just trying to better understand how that fits in with the work. So.
Yeah, it is really interesting. And I think that, this is something that this update doesn't go into great depths on, but we could come back with the Division of Drinking Water and really dive into their compliance report with more depth, because they really do a great job as a program and breaking out their types of violations, their return to compliance, and tracking them in a way that we could have pretty detailed conversation about.
Yeah, for what it's worth, what comes to mind as well is the yearly performance report. That can maybe be a place where some of that further kind of unpacking happens amongst those numbers and kind of has consistency across to what's then presented here, et cetera. So thank you. This is all really great information, and agree with board member. It then leads to then a desire to break down even further kind of the numbers and what we're seeing, and just opportunity to continue to deepen it. So appreciate that.
Of course. And then just going into the water quality program in a little more depth and looking at some of the highlights there. One of the water quality enforcement goals that the Office of Enforcement identified in 2025 was to begin to identify and address water quality protection impacts from the Supreme Court's ruling in Sackett versus the U.S. This is the decision where the Supreme Court significantly narrowed the scope of the definition of waters of the U.S. This is something I'm going to go into a little detail on subsequent slides on some of the work that we did in that front, and some reports that were issued. Also, I'm going to touch on our wastewater collection system inspections that are focused on overburdened communities, and then touch on 2 case highlights. I'll spend the most of today on water quality. It is one of our larger programs that the office supports, and we spend a lot of our resources in the office supporting the water quality, and then go into the other 2 program areas. If you could go to the next slide. So this year, the Office of Enforcement assisted the Division of Water Quality in preparing a report to the legislature looking at available data and impacts on workload, permitting, and enforcement processes of the water boards from the United States Supreme Court decision in Sackett versus EPA. This report, which was what was issued and is available on our website, I have a link in the PowerPoint. The Office of Enforcement specifically spent time reviewing available data and identifying impacts on our complaints that we've received, our enforcement processes, and legal challenges to our enforcement efforts as they relate to the Sackett decision and the narrowing of that definition of waters of the U.S. If we go ahead and click on the next slide. Looking at complaints that we received through the Cal EPA complaint system, the Office of Enforcement did this analysis, and we saw that the annual number of Clean Water Act related complaints, while they were relatively flat from 2015 to 2019, they began to increase in 2020. We used that flat period as a baseline, and that's what you see in the blue in this slide. And then the orange is when we exceeded that baseline. And we definitely saw that there was an increase both in the overall number of complaints and Clean Water Act related complaints starting in 2020 and through to the present, 2024, 2025. While we can't say that this increase was caused by the Sackett decision itself, it does demonstrate an increase in demand on our staff's resources to investigate and potentially bring enforcement to discharges to waters of the U.S. and former waters of the U.S. So we're seeing a heightened level of complaints and awareness in the community for these types of violations. In addition, as discussed in a little more detail in the report, the workload associated with enforcing these types of violations has also increased due to the legal uncertainties surrounding what is now considered waters of the U.S. and what is not considered the water of the U.S. It's opened us up to different legal challenges, as well as having to adapt enforcement strategies and develop more of an in-the-field presence in order to identify violations earlier. And the report really details some of those impacts and some of those disparities in our authorities when it comes to waters of the U.S. versus waters of the state. If we go to the next slide.
Just really quickly, on those, just the general numbers of complaints, I'm just really encouraged by those sorts of numbers. And I know we're not sure, is it because of Sackett and a lot of talk about the Clean Water Act and people being more aware, or was it COVID? Folks were in their watersheds, in their backyards, if you will, a lot more. And whatever is driving it, it is really critical to, as you well know, our enforcement, that we have Californians out there that are owning their own waterways, reporting when they're seeing something, and knowing that there's somewhere to go if they're seeing something that doesn't look right, is impeding their ability to use their waterways. And so just wanted to kind of emphasize this increase that we've seen. And for me, it is a sign that Californians are very attuned to their watersheds, do know that there is an agency here at the state board that can be gone to complain and try to see follow-up. So your complaints drive our enforcement here and our ability to be responsive. And so we welcome it, and we encourage folks to own their watersheds. So just thank you for that.
Awesome, thank you. On the next slide, in preparing the report, the Office of Enforcement also looked to impacts on our current caseload. In response to the Sackett ruling, the Office of Enforcement has had to shift its enforcement approaches in a number of cases, and particular program areas have been more impacted than others. Here you see on the slide, in our 401 case, we looked at our existing caseload and which cases were Sackett related to the decision or the determination of what was waters of the U.S. and could therefore be impacted by that decision. We see the 401 program an area that's particularly subject to questions related to Sackett, then followed by the sanitary sewer system related enforcement and stormwater. We also, as detailed in the report, while the Sackett ruling did not affect the definitions of waters of the state, the water boards continue to have authority to regulate waters of the state and wastes that are discharged into waters of the state, which is broadly defined, but also that our enforcement tools and our ability, more limited ability to rely on the Clean Water Act, present additional procedural and substantive challenges and limitations and additional strains on our enforcement workforce. To date, the Office of Enforcement has done a comprehensive review of our existing caseload, adopted alternative enforcement strategies when necessary to those cases, and then developed training to help our enforcement staff identify issues related to the Sackett decision and potential future changes to the definition of the waters of the U.S. and to adapt to them in their enforcement strategies. And then lastly, we have developed procedures for identifying, tracking, and reporting on the impacts as we see them in our enforcement workload, which led to us being able to provide this information to the legislative report that was issued this year. In 2026, the Office of Enforcement will continue to focus on developing strategies and tools to minimize impacts on water quality enforcement from the legal uncertainties created by the Sackett decision and the potential future changes to the definitions of waters of the U.S. as currently presented in the U.S. EPA's proposed rule, further narrowing that definition. With that, I'd like to turn to a brief update on our sanitary sewer wastewater discharge requirements and our compliance inspections, focusing on overburdened communities. So if we could go to the next slide. This board just saw in your last meeting, we saw a Superior Accomplishment Award for the Office of Enforcement staff who've been working on this initiative. It is a longstanding initiative that started several years ago where we began developing a in-house expertise on wastewater collection system inspections and audits. And then we've taken that and used it to go out into the regions and conduct these types of inspections in areas that we've identified through our prioritization tool as overburdened communities or communities that have not seen these types of inspections for a longer period of time. And in 2025, just as an update, this slide provides a list of the inspections that were performed, full inspections that Office of Enforcement assisted with, as well as inspections that were led by the regional board staff themselves. Statewide, we were able to conduct 24 full inspections and audits, 20 of which were led by the Office of Enforcement. These numbers are sufficient to meet our obligations from US EPA funding for these types of inspections for the first time in a number of years. And so that's something that we're very proud of. And I wanted to just highlight that we're continuing these efforts. We're also, if you go to the next slide, we're working on refining our prioritization tool to focus, again, on these overburdened communities and also updating it to include new information such as boundary maps that the agencies were required to upload in 2025. So we're working with Division of Water Quality to access those boundary maps and to help use them in our prioritization tool in determining where these systems are within EJ and environmental justice and disadvantaged communities. And we're continuing to work with the regional boards and conducting these types of inspections in parallel with training regional board staff to perform them without Office of Enforcement as well. So we're building the capacity in the regions to conduct these comprehensive wastewater collection system audits, and continue to meet our requirements to conduct these types of inspections, again, focused on EJ and disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight just 2 water quality cases that took a significant amount of time in 2025 and years leading up to 2025 that resolved successfully in this last year. First, I wanted to start with the Dominguez Channel case. This case involved a warehouse that caught fire in the city of Carson and discharged pollutants and hazardous substances into the Dominguez Channel back in the fall of 2021. There were large piles of alcohol-based products outside of these warehouse buildings, things such as hand sanitizers and antibacterial wipes, all related to the COVID pandemic, that caught on fire and discharged large amounts of chemicals into stormwater drains and ultimately the Dominguez Channel. This unauthorized discharge and the hydrogen sulfide odors related to it had a significant impact on the surrounding disadvantaged communities. The regional board, the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, initiated legal action following an extensive investigation of this incident, and again, after receiving a large community outcry because of the odor that resulted from it. Ultimately, after a 17-day bench trial, the court found the dischargers contributed to this odor that impacted the residents in several disadvantaged communities, and they held the warehouse owners and operators liable for the discharge. They imposed over $10 million in civil liabilities against the warehouse operator and their 4 corporate officers, and an additional over $500,000 for the unauthorized discharge. In addition, the landowners were also found legally liable for the discharge, but the court declined to require them to pay monetary penalties because they had spent in excess of $10 million on site cleanup related to this incident. So in all, a lot of effort and time went into this case. It was a great success to get the ruling that we got, and it was a good result for the community that had to suffer through these months and weeks of this incident and the impacts that it had on them. Next slide, please. Another case that was in our San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board was settled through an approved settlement. This was another odor incident, so 2025 seemed to be the stinky year, the year for odor incidences. This involved the C&H Sugar Company, again, in the San Francisco Bay, Contra Costa County area, near the town of Crockett. They failed to meet several Clean Water Act requirements and provide information as requested from the regional board in relation to an odor incident that caused a nuisance in the area. This was, again, this was a months-long odor nuisance. Many complaints from the community that were received by the regional board resulted in an investigation by the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board staff and the Office Enforcement Legal Unit assisted in reaching this settlement for over $700,000 for this incident, with over half of that money to be spent on a supplemental environmental project to improve the Carquinez waterfront. So this is a waterfront project that includes a bioretention basin, rainwater gardens, and permeable surface bordered by bioswales will be constructed to slow down and filter stormwater runoff while promoting groundwater recharge. This project is part of a community-based vision for this waterfront, and it'll include common use spaces for picnics, recreation, and access to the San Francisco Bay Trail. So ultimately, the settlement is, again, a large chunk of it going back to the community to be spent in a way that they support. Next slide, please. I'm going to move off of water quality and highlight some of our water rights enforcement program highlights. As you'll, I'm sure, recall that in my last presentation for 2024, we had identified the water rights enforcement policy as an area of focus for the Office of Enforcement in coordination with the Division of Water Rights. We continued progress on the draft water rights enforcement policy, conducted additional internal reviews and discussions with the Administrative Hearing Office as well as the Office of Chief Counsel. We are hoping to conduct public workshops in 2026 related to the water rights enforcement policy, and ambitiously noticed a proposed rulemaking for late 2026 on the policy. So we'll continue to work with the division on that development of that policy. And then I've highlighted a few cases here from the Water Rights Enforcement Program. Some of them you're intimately familiar with, such as Marble Mountain Ranch. This decision came out in February of 2025. This was, of course, a state board adopted order. The significance of this decision is that this order is the first time the board recognized that waste, unreasonable use, and unreasonable method of diversion is an unauthorized diversion or use of water. You required the respondents in this matter to implement corrective actions, ending the waste, unreasonable use, and the unreasonable method of diversion. And so this case is highlighted today because of those findings, and it's important significance in taking that action to put water to address an unreasonable use through an enforcement action. The next case that I've highlighted is a rural property management settlement. This is a cannabis settlement that the division reached with a landowner. The enforcement action resulted in the sale of the property, with the new owners undertaking all the necessary regulatory compliance measures, and the cannabis cultivator paying $32,000 in administrative civil liability penalties. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight that the division in November of 2025, the Office of Enforcement and the division's water rights prosecution team completed its first hearing before the Administrative Hearing Office in a cannabis-related matter. It's the Alvarez and Lopez case, and it's still pending before the Administrative Hearing Office. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn over to drinking water highlights. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the areas where the Office of Enforcement is growing is in its support for the Division of Drinking Water. We're currently very active in the Water Shutoff Protection Act enforcement. Again, this is an act that imposes requirements on systems to provide a compliant shutoff protection policy and certain protections to its consumers before they lose service for non-payment or delinquent fees or otherwise. Our work in the Shutoff Protection Act overlaps really nicely with our environmental justice work, and we've had multiple cases now come to us through complaints from communities in our work with the Environmental Justice Enforcement Task Force. And I'm going to highlight one of those in a minute. In 2025, we have continued our coordination on the Water Shutoff Protection Act with staff in the Division of Drinking Water. The Quality Assurance section of the Division of Drinking Water established regular meetings with them and continue to build that relationship and become more intimately involved with their efforts when it comes to protecting the act or enforcing the act. We're also now just getting into and developing resources to handle new authorities that the divisions obtained through legislation related to domestic well testing requirements. Specifically, we developed and presented on these new requirements. We call them they were adopted through AB 664, requirements for new domestic well testing in consolidation service areas. We developed and presented to the Safer Advisory Committee on these requirements, and we are engaging with staff in SAFER and Division of Drinking Water and OPEDA to better understand how our programs can work together on the new domestic well testing requirements. The cases that I referenced earlier on the shutoff protection was Victory Mutual Water Company. Again, this was a case that came to our attention through our work in the communities. In our Environmental Justice Task Force, we received a number of complaints and initiated an investigation into the Victory Mutual Water Company's practices when it comes to shutting off services. And we engaged with with the community in multiple meetings, and ultimately worked and assisted the Division of Drinking Water in issuing a citation to Victory for their failure to have a compliant shutoff protection policy. And we're able to investigate billing statements and billing requirements, the requirements for customers who paid shutoff protection fees for unauthorized shutoffs that were not in compliance with the act. And we ultimately were able to reach a settlement or an agreement with Victory where they not only developed and adopted a compliant shutoff protection act, they also credited consumers or their customers for the $100 that they were charged for shutoff fees. So we got some customer rebates, a compliant policy, and a change in practice in that case. So this case was a win for the community, and it greatly benefited from engagement with community members and organizations who were critical of this system and how they were bringing or how they were shutting off service in their area. The second case that I just wanted to highlight was City of Vacaville, and this was a water quality lab case. And the Office of Enforcement, again, assisted our ELAB program with suspending the City of Vacaville's water quality laboratory accreditation for field testing related to microbiology, so coliform E. coli of drinking water. It was after an on-site investigation in July of 2025 that resulted in the suspension of that accreditation because of the violations identified in the City of Vacaville. And again, the Office of Enforcement provided legal support for this action. The significance of the suspension of the accreditation, it prevents the City of Vacaville Laboratory from conducting regulatory testing in these areas of total coliform and E. coli. And to date, the lab is not yet accredited for these field testing, but I believe they were working on it. But again, that just demonstrates some of the support that the Office of Enforcement has provided to the Division of Drinking Water and its related ELAB programs. And then next, I just want to turn to my final section. Next slide, please. I just want to do a few highlights from our cannabis program. I pulled this out just because the cannabis program has a combination of both water quality and water rights. It kind of falls in both program areas. So I thought I would just take a few minutes to highlight some of the things that happened in that program specifically. This is one of our specialty programs. I would characterize it as, again, because it has both water quality and water rights enforcement impacts. In 2025, the Cannabis Enforcement and Regulatory Program launched a drone program. This is the first drone program of the water boards. It was led by the Division of Water Rights with support from the Office of Enforcement and the Division of Information Technology. The program was approved in April and established formal guidance and procedures for using drones to capture high-resolution imagery that support compliance evaluations and administrative enforcement actions related to cannabis cultivation. Also, the program was able to exceed its inspection targets. Cannabis inspections in 2025 had a goal of conducting 190 inspections, and program-wide, we're able to complete over 300 inspections, so exceeding those goals and expectations. Another highlight for the program is that in our North Coast region, in last December in 2024, the North Coast Regional Board Cannabis Enforcement staff and the Office of Enforcement worked together to develop and propose an expedited enforcement strategy. 2025 was the first year of implementation of this strategy. We're in a 2-year period of implementation before we go back to the North Coast Regional Board, but we're already seeing some gains and benefits from that enforcement strategy. In implementing that strategy in 2025, the North Coast Regional Board has been able to reach an informally unprecedented amount of formal enforcement, with issuing a combined total of 14 cleanup and abatement orders and administrative civil liability orders related to unauthorized or unlicensed cannabis cultivation in the North Coast. This program is using our existing statutory authority. The strategy identifies water quality violations that can be addressed within a growing season quickly and issues cleanup and abatement orders and requires the recipients to stick to a strict timeline and demonstrate progress towards compliance quickly, or they are subject to administrative civil liability penalties. We also were able in this year in 2025 to increase our support for our law enforcement partners. The program supported local prosecutors by assisting in over 100 criminal prosecutions throughout the year in 2025. And so that was another big gain for the program. And lastly, the program did have a slight increase in program staff. Despite challenges this year of staffing due to multiple budget letters and hiring constraints, the program has successfully added 18 additional enforcement positions, and we expect to see significant expanded enforcement capacity headed into 2026. With that, I'll go to my next slide. And then these are continued enforcement goals, many of them from 2024. Carried over into 2025 and again into 2026. In water quality, we are again going to be focusing on addressing water quality impacts, identifying and addressing water quality impacts from the narrowing of the definition of waters of the U.S. In water rights, we'll continue to pursue the draft water rights enforcement policy. And then in drinking water, we are hoping to expand our enforcement support from the Office of Enforcement for the Division of Drinking Water into even more complex enforcement matters, such as supporting SAFER's mandatory consolidation work. And that is my overview for this year and my update. Thank you.
Fantastic overview and update, Ms. West. Really appreciate just being able to, again, have a snapshot into what is a lot of work that is ongoing throughout the year, and just know how critical the work of your office is and this continuum of just implementation of our programs, where it's helping folks get the information they need to be compliant and, if needed, move on to more stricter enforcement, that progressive kind of compliance and enforcement model I know that we have. So just thank you for all of this. And I do have just, one question, and I really appreciate the improvements in the cannabis program. I know in the cannabis program, we have like CannaVision, which use machine learning to try to identify grows. Now it sounds like we're using drones. And knowing that, we're never over-resourced as an agency, and certainly on the enforcement side, it feels like a lot of these tools, remote sensing, satellite data type tools, and whether it's through drones or satellite data generally, are just going to be really important to continue to use and help to accomplish our mission here throughout it. So just for what it's worth, kind of an interest in seeing how, not just specific to the cannabis program, but kind of across our programs, we might be looking to better use, remote sensing, drones, or other data to help us have a more comprehensive kind of handle on what's happening in the state here. I'll just be candid. I think of Water Rights Administration and the fact that I know that Australia at this point uses ET data to be able to just kind of match up, who's reporting where, and if, as a first pass tool for staff to then figure out where to kind of narrow in or investigate further, and kind of, to my mind, again, kind of lends to the sorts of things that we might be able to start to explore here, even in the state, to try to kind of wrap our arms around it. So just kind of a note, I guess, more than anything, and a question of, there is something more kind of comprehensive across enforcement that is looking to kind of leverage these tools.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting area, and the technology is available. We'd love to see it be able to leverage them in other areas, and looking to how we can use them in the challenges that the waters of the U.S. Definition present. Definitely exploring those.
Great. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's question or comment further. We do have one commenter, and so we can go to him if there is nothing further. Hearing none, Jared Voskuil, I believe, it's speak if necessary, so we'll let Mr. Voskuil let us know if it's necessary at this moment. And Mr. Voskuil, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute or on camera. You may be away from your computer, and that's okay here then as well. All right. I think that wraps in our item, and much, again, appreciation to Ms. West, the entire team, and look forward to the further discussion and next year's update. So
Great.
see you soon.
Very much.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves just a quick 10-minute break so we can refresh ourselves, and then we'll come in and dive in on our discussion of or our consideration of a proposed resolution for our drinking water work. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here, 10 minutes. 10:27, we'll go ahead and start. All right, everyone. We're at 10:27. We can bring ourselves back. Thanks for the quick mid-morning break. And we bring ourselves back here to item number 5. Again, a consideration of our drinking water prioritization. Good to see you. Good morning. Good to see you, Mr. Polhamus.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, fellow board members. Once again, we are pleased to present to you the prioritization of the drinking water work. Not so much the order of which you will see things, but the work that we're doing it. And we will try to mention as well. It's Melissa presenting. Although there are other groups that will be working on parts of our list. So certainly ask us questions about that if that's a question. But just wanted to make sure there's a lot of people behind all of these. And with that, we will get started with Ms. Hall.
All right, good morning. Next slide, please. The first several regulatory priorities on this year's proposed list are all primary drinking water standards. So we're starting here with some excerpts of the governing statutes from California's Health and Safety Code. Health and Safety Code Section 116270 sets forth California's policy and goals for the California Safe Drinking Water Act. It states that California's policy is to reduce concentrations of toxic chemicals in drinking water to the lowest level feasible. It also states the legislative intent to improve upon federal standards and to establish a drinking water program in California that is more protective of public health than the minimum federal requirements. Next slide, please. Health and Safety Code Section 116365 sets forth requirements for establishing primary drinking water standards. Those are health-based standards in the form of maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, treatment technique requirements established in lieu of MCLs, and pertinent monitoring and reporting requirements. This section requires that these levels be set as close as feasible to the corresponding public health goal, placing primary emphasis on the protection of public health. Next slide, please. At the top of the maximum contaminant level, or MCL list this year continues to be per and polyfluoral substances, or PFAS. And I want to reemphasize here what Darren mentioned about multiple projects going on. But for this year, while there are several MCLs and other rulemaking activities and policy making activities, PFAS is our top priority and primary area of focus this year. PFAS are synthetic compounds widely used in nonstick cookware, food packaging, stain repellent, firefighting foam, and other applications. Over the course of July 2018 through last October, the Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water issued notification response levels for 5 PFAS, including perfluorooctanoic acid, or PFOA, perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, or PFOS, perfluorobutane sulfonic acid, or PFBS, perfluorohexane sulfonic acid, or PFHXS, and perfluorohexanoic acid, or PFHXA. In August of 2019, we requested development of public health goals for PFOA and PFOS, and in April 2024, those public health goals were finalized. That same month, within a few days actually, US EPA finalized its PFAS primary drinking water standard regulations. Since that time, EPA has announced its intent to retain the current regulations for PFOA and PFOS, but to rescind the regulations for PFHXS, PFNA, HFPODA, or GenX, and the hazard index, which includes PFBS. Those proposed revisions have not yet been released. DDW staff have also collaborated with the Department of Public Health's California Regional Exposure, or CARE study, which evaluated correlations between exposure to PFAS through drinking water and blood serum levels. Overall, the study found that PFAS levels in studied Southern Californians were lower than those found nationally, with that 43% of study participants lived in a service area with 1 or more PFAS analytes detected in a drinking water source, that for PFOA, PFOS, and the overall sum of the 11 PFAS chemicals analyzed, that there were not any significant findings, that for PFHXS, study participants served by water systems with detected PFHXS had 25% higher serum levels than those served by systems with no detectable PFHXS. Next slide, please.
Just a quick shout out to that collaboration with the Department of Public Health. Continue to feel there's a lot more that we could continue to collaborate even further with, given their expertise and our work here. So just really appreciate that project. Thank you.
Okay. This slide just shows where all of those numbers sit today. This is where we are right now. We'll update information as we get it from the federal government or as things change here in California. But next slide, please. So the Division of Drinking Water proposes to address the regulation of PFAS in 2 stages, with stage 1 focused on incorporating the federal requirements to attain primacy approval with some limited adjustments. With the federal regulations for PFAS being markedly different than existing organic chemical regulations and containing a number of novel components, we're planning to mirror EPA's approach and place the PFAS regulations in a new article. Depending on what the proposal is from the federal government, there's a possibility we would shift, but right now that's the plan for that one. Stage 2 would involve establishing a more comprehensive regulatory approach to PFAS using the statutory option for a treatment technique in lieu of an MCL when it's not feasible to ascertain the level of a contaminant, as it's definitely not feasible for us to ascertain the levels of more than 10,000 chemicals. The treatment technique approach would potentially rely on a limited number of sentinel or indicator PFAS chemicals to represent treatment and removal efficacy and potentially be based on chemical structure, health effect, and/or optimal treatment technology. Potential additional California-specific changes might include increased focus on developmental health effects, reevaluation of analytical sensitivity for technological feasibility, et cetera. Next slide, please. In continued preparation for both stages 1 and 2 of the PFAS regulations, the division has requested a public health goal for PFHXS as of last May, completed method validation and accreditation offering for trifluoroacetic acid and ultra-short-chain PFAS chemical, issued a statewide order to conduct initial monitoring for PFAS to satisfy federal requirements, continued work on analytical methodology for broad-spectrum testing for absorbable organic chlorine to look at PFAS chemicals as a whole, and issued and updated additional PFAS monitoring orders. A notice of proposed rulemaking for stage 1 is expected to be published this fall, and again, the proposal would be adjusted to reflect changes to the federal PFAS regulation. Next slide, please. Next up is N-nitrazodimethylamine, or NDMA. NDMA is part of a larger class of disinfection byproducts known as nitrazamines. It's formed in chloramine disinfection of drinking water and chlorine disinfection of wastewater, of domestic wastewater, unintentionally formed in certain industrial processes and formerly used in the production of liquid rocket fuel. While there's no current federal or state drinking water standard for NDMA, California's initial 1988 notification level was revised to its current 0.01 microgram per liter concentration in 2002 with a corresponding response level of 0.3 microgram per liter. And in 2006, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, or OWEHA, established a public health goal of 0.003 micrograms per liter based on carcinogenicity. That PhD is currently under review with a draft revised value approximately an order of magnitude lower than the present value. Staff completed a multi-laboratory validation of an analytical method for nitrazamines in 2023, and the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program began offering that method for accreditation in 2024. This will allow us to work toward augmenting what's a rather sparse data set for NDMA to support that will enable us to support cost and exposure estimates. For water systems, this means a monitoring order, hopefully later this year. In the interim as well, staff will evaluate whether there's a need to update the existing notification and response levels, and if so, we'll initiate and propose such revisions through the process set forth in Health and Safety Code Section 116456. Once we have more occurrence data, we'll move forward with pre-rulemaking activities, including a staff workshop and preliminary occurrence data and cost estimates. In addition, NDMA might be considered with other disinfection byproducts for rulemaking. Next slide, please. Next, we have consideration of revisions to MCLs for disinfection byproducts, including both total trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids. Disinfection byproducts are formed when disinfectants react with naturally occurring organic materials in the source water. In 2020, OWEHA issued revised cancer-based public health goals and non-cancer-based health protective concentrations for each of the 4 contaminants comprising total trihalomethanes: chloroform, bromoform, dibromochloromethane, and dichlorobromomethane. The current MCL is set at 80 micrograms per liter for the combined sum of the 4 trihalomethanes. Next slide, please. At the end of 2022, OWEHA finalized first-time public health goals for 5 haloacetic acids, along with health protective concentrations for 3 of those. The current MCL is set at 60 micrograms per liter for the sum of the 5 haloacetic acids shown here. Both haloacetic acids and trihalomethanes will likely be grouped for combined MCL rulemaking for disinfection byproducts in the next few years, with NDMA possibly joining the group to allow consideration of public health and cost optimization. Next slide, please. Next is styrene. Styrene is an organic chemical, a precursor to polystyrene, and widely used to make rubber and plastics. It currently has a maximum contaminant level of 100 micrograms per liter, a detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR, set equal to the public health goal at half a microgram per liter. OEHA updated the public health goal in 2010 to reflect its carcinogenicity and concurrently established a health protective value of 4 micrograms per liter based on genotoxicity and other adverse impacts during gestation. Based on occurrence data, staff expect that attainment of at least the health protective value will be feasible. There's very, very low source occurrence of styrene in drinking water supplies. We are currently projecting being able to hold the preliminary occurrence data and cost workshop later this year and then move forward with a notice of proposed rulemaking after that. Next slide, please. Next is a combined rulemaking for revisions to the cadmium and mercury maximum contaminant levels. Cadmium is a naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits, metal plating discharges, runoff from waste batteries, plastic pigments, and galvanized pipe corrosion. Cadmium currently has a maximum contaminant level of 5 micrograms per liter and a detection limit for purposes of reporting of 1 microgram per liter. OEHA updated its 1999 cadmium public health goal in 2006 to 0.04 micrograms per liter based on kidney toxicity. Mercury is another naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits, refinery and factory discharges, and landfill and cropland runoff. Mercury currently has an MCL of 2 micrograms per liter and a DLR of 1 microgram per liter. The current 2005 mercury public health goal is 1.2 micrograms per liter based on kidney toxicity. The cadmium and mercury MCL revisions will be combined on the basis of like health effects and similar treatment processes. DLR revisions are expected to be proposed with other metals this spring in advance of the MCLs. We're planning to issue a call for papers on best available technologies prior to holding at least one pre-rulemaking workshop and eventually publishing a notice of proposed rulemaking. Next slide, please. New on the MCLs list this year is 1,4-dioxane. 1,4-dioxane is a synthetic industrial chemical used as a solvent in producing adhesives, paint strippers, dyes, degreasers, fabric cleaners, paper, electronics, pharmaceuticals, and as a component in some cosmetics, detergents, and shampoos. It's not currently regulated in drinking water in California or at the federal level. We do have 1998 notification and response levels set at 1 microgram per liter and 35 micrograms per liter, respectively. A public health goal was requested in 2019 and a draft released for public comment last year with a comment deadline of November 25th. This first draft public health goal is proposed at 0.04 micrograms per liter based on liver and other tumors. In preparation for developing an MCL after the public health goal is adopted, staff are evaluating analytical constraints for an individual DLR, evaluating occurrence data and the potential need for a monitoring order, checking literature for available cost information, and evaluating whether there is a need to initiate and propose any revised notification or response levels. Next slide, please. Last on the MCL list for this year is arsenic. Arsenic is a naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits. It's also found in commercial and industrial products such as wood, preservatives, sealed ant bait, agricultural pesticides, anti-fouling paints, dye, and pharmaceutical compounds. Arsenic is found in approximately 20% of public water system sources where hexavalent chromium is also present. The current state and federal arsenic MCL is 10 micrograms per liter with a detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR, at 2 micrograms per liter. OEHA has issued a public health goal at 0.004 micrograms per liter based on bladder cancer and a companion non-cancer health protective value of 0.9 micrograms per liter based on cerebrovascular disease. US EPA has established a maximum contaminant level goal of 0 for arsenic. And DLR revision is planned to move forward this spring. We've requested review of the arsenic public health goal based on federal efforts to reduce arsenic in the food supply and especially infant formula, which impacts the relative source contribution, consideration, and derivation of health protective concentrations. Work on the arsenic MCL revision will resume upon finalization of the revised arsenic public health goal. Next slide, please. Next, we have another primary drinking water standard. It's the lead and copper rule. For background, fixtures and plumbing materials are primary sources of these contaminants in drinking water. Regulations based on percentages of sampled homes exceeding action levels, requiring consumer notification and corrosion control rather than MCLs, with compliance assessed at the tap. US EPA's 1991 lead and copper rule has been revised several times now, most recently in 2024 when EPA promulgated long-term improvements. Next slide, please. As with PFAS, we're proposing to pursue 2 stages of rulemaking. For stage 1, using statutory authority for deemed emergency rulemaking, the Division of Drinking Water plans to pursue all outstanding revisions to address the minor, short-term, and long-term revisions and improvements to the lead and copper rule through a single comprehensive rulemaking to reconcile with federal requirements only. For stage 2, the division would propose to proceed with a second rulemaking for California-specific enhancements to public health protection with outreach and specific enhancements to be determined. Next slide, please. In addition to the regular rulemaking activities, the recently approved Assembly Bill 1096 added Health and Safety Code Section 116277, requiring collection and submission of information on efforts by community water systems to reach out to schools and child care facilities to offer lead testing with the specific process to be determined by the State Water Board. Collected information is required to be available in searchable format on the internet by June 30th of 2028. This legislation authorized the use of the policy handbook approach in lieu of the regular Administrative Procedure Act rulemaking process. Overall, the plans for lead and copper, staff plans to modify the lead detection limit for purposes of reporting with other metals, starting with the notice of proposed rulemaking this spring, the stage 1 rulemaking notice and board adoption planned for this summer, outreach on the policy handbook for reporting data from community water systems about schools by the end of the year, and proposal of a policy handbook around the middle of next year. Next slide, please. In conducting the most recent MCL review, staff found that dozens of contaminants with primary drinking water standards have detection limits for purposes of reporting, or DLRs, set at or above the corresponding public health goals. For those contaminants, staff's ability to evaluate public exposure between the public health goal and the DLR is limited, as is the ability to evaluate the economic and technological feasibility of lowering the corresponding MCLs. So staff's been coordinating with the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee, or LTAC, to identify reporting limitations of analytical methods and to evaluate laboratory capacity and costs for reporting to lower concentrations. As staff determined that lower reporting levels can be achieved with adequate laboratory capacity, we're proposing to lower the DLRs to allow collection of data to better inform MCL review decisions. While we initially prioritized lead, staff have since decided to bundle DLR revisions for metals, as most are analyzed using the same suite of analytical methods, and we'll probably plan to use the same approach for the other chemical contaminant groups. Following a series of lab surveys on analytical costs and capabilities, a pre-rulemaking workshop for the metal DLRs was held in late 2022 on proposed new and revised DLRs, including some first-time DLRs for metals with secondary standards. Because of the delay between the original cost surveys during the hexavalent and chromium rulemaking, a supplemental cost update survey was conducted in this last December. The first round of lab surveys for organic chemicals is currently underway. Staff expect to publish a notice of proposed rulemaking for the metal DLRs this spring, with lab surveys for the remaining chemical contaminant groups planned for completion over the course of this year. Next slide, please. Next, we've got a trio of notification response level proposals. Manganese is a naturally occurring element and an essential nutrient. At high concentrations, however, it's been found to be a developmental toxin with extended ingestion at elevated levels, causing impairment to memory, attention, and motor skills. Elevated levels in delivered drinking water may be episodic in nature in response to distribution system maintenance. While there's no primary drinking water standard for manganese, we do have a secondary MCL of 50 micrograms per liter, above which manganese may cause discolored water and staining of plumbing fixtures and laundry. California has established manganese notification and response levels at 500 and 5,000 micrograms per liter, respectively, while US EPA has established a health advisory of 300 micrograms per liter. There's currently no public health goal. In 2023, the Division of Drinking Water proposed revisions to the notification response level and held an informational item in March of 2023 with the notification level proposed at that time at 20 micrograms per liter. Based on comments received and considered, the proposal had been revised for notification level of 50, and that was made available to the public and presented at an informational item last October. Staff expect the issuance of the notification responsible revisions to move forward this spring, followed by a public health goal request, hopefully shortly followed by the public health goal request, and then a monitoring order tentatively planned for issuance or release this summer. Next slide, please. In 2021, the Division of Drinking Water requested that OEHA prepare notification level recommendations for microcystin and cylindrospermopsin and an evaluation of anatoxin A and saxitoxin data leading to notification level recommendations if appropriate. OEHA provided their recommendations in two memoranda in 2021 and 2022, summarized on the slide, with the US EPA health advisories also shown for comparison. For background, microcystin is a hepatotoxin released by some species of blue-green algae or cyanobacteria. It can cause skin conditions such as rashes, hives, or blisters, gastrointestinal symptoms, allergy or asthma-like conditions, and liver damage. Pets and other animals that drink the water can also be sickened by the toxin. In 2015, US EPA issued 10-day health advisories of 0.3 micrograms per liter for children under the age of 6 and 1.6 micrograms per liter for adults and older children. Cylindrospermopsin is another toxin produced by cyanobacteria and for which EPA has also issued 10-day health advisories of 0.7 micrograms per liter for younger children and 3 micrograms per liter for older children and adults, based on adverse effects to the liver and kidney. Anatoxin A is another cyanotoxin associated with deaths in domestic animals, livestock, and waterfowl due to neurotoxicity, especially respiratory paralysis. US EPA prepared a health effects support document in 2015 in which it found insufficient studies and occurrence data to adequately support development of a health advisory at that time. Last, saxitoxin is another neurotoxin produced by some cyanobacteria. It's more commonly associated with paralytic shellfish poisoning. At the time these recommendations were made, we had no validated analytical method available for saxitoxin, so we worked through our contract with the California Department of Food and Agriculture to conduct a multi-laboratory method validation. That was completed last year, and accreditation has been available since last October. Therefore, staff are expecting to propose the notification response level this spring and aim for completion of the informational item and issuance by this summer. Next slide, please. Last for the notification and response levels is our last, for now at least, PFAS chemical. Originally, we requested a total of 9 PFAS contaminants for notification level recommendations from OEHA. Of these, we've received recommendations and issued notification response levels for 5 of these: PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, PFBS, PFHXA. In May 2025, based on sampling results, the Division of Drinking Water withdrew its request for notification level recommendations for perfluorononoic acid, or PFNA, perfluorodecanoic acid, or PFDA, and 4,8-dioxy-3-H perfluorononoic acid, or ADANA. OEHA is working to complete its recommendation for a perfluoroheptanoic acid, or PFHPA, notification level, and is tentatively expecting to do so by this summer. Once that recommendation is available, we will review and develop proposed notification response levels, followed by the required informational item and issuance. Next slide, please. Moving out of our more numeric-oriented regulations, the next step are revisions to the Cross-Connection Control Policy Handbook. Health and Safety Code Section 116407 directed the State Water Board to adopt standards for backflow protection and cross-connection control and authorized replacement of the then Title 17 cross-connection control regulations with a policy handbook. The policy handbook authorization was granted partly to facilitate updates to ensure currency with industry standards, and this is one of those updates that's proposed. The handbook was adopted originally in December 2023, took effect in July 2024, and was revised last June to extend some deadlines and modify language to align with other regulations. Further regulations proposed this year are based on allowing accrediting organizations recognized by the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI, as ANSI equivalent to accredit tester and specialist certification organizations, and to address backflow prevention at existing auxiliary water supplies. A public comment period on these changes began on January 16th and closed last month on the 19th. Staff will be proposing this revision at for board adoption this spring, possibly as soon as next month. Next slide, please. Next, we have environmental laboratory regulations. Under the 2020 updates to the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Regulations, laboratories accredited by the California Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP, must follow the 2016 the NELAC Institute, or TNI, standards, with the exception of a couple of components. Some California laboratories, however, have pursued full TNI standard compliance, but currently must seek out-of-state accreditation to do so. As of 2024, the one outstanding state program element required for full TNI membership is offering a voluntary TNI certificate accreditation option. Staff are proposing to update laboratory accreditation regulations to provide for a voluntary full TNI certificate program that would allow laboratories electing to implement the full TNI standard to receive accreditation directly from California. This would also allow ELAP to return to being a full TNI member. ELAP staff have conducted outreach to the laboratory community via the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee meeting last December, conducted or held a listening session late last month, and have a stakeholder meeting for the fee schedule component of that scheduled for later this week. This proposal is planned to be before the board for consideration this fall. Next slide, please. This has been on the priorities list for several years. It's going away this year for sure. The electronic format currently specified in regulations for submittal of drinking water analytical results no longer reflects either current federal regulatory requirements for data integrity or enforceability of the current data system. The Division of Drinking Water has implemented a data intake system that allows receipt of the data California needs ahead of transmitting the federally required data to EPA's data portal after conducting extensive outreach and training to laboratories serving public water systems. Basically, the current electronic reporting regulations need to be updated to specify the current format. A 2022 statutory change now allows this rulemaking to proceed as an emergency rulemaking. This proposed regulation is expected to be presented for board consideration this spring, possibly as soon as next month. Next slide, please. And this list is the opposite. This isn't going away anytime soon. California has been granted primary enforcement responsibility for the Safe Drinking Water Act, known as primacy, by US EPA for California public water systems. To maintain primacy, we must promulgate legally enforceable regulations for California that are no less stringent than federal regulations. Depending on the age of the rule and the status at this point, some of these involve board action for new regulations. Others involve just more behind-the-scenes work on internal procedures. The list here shows the ones that have been at the top of the activity level for DDW and will be for this year. Most of them at this point are awaiting feedback from EPA at this time. If we receive comments this year from EPA on the public notification rule, that one could potentially be in front of the board later this year, as staff has been ready for some time now on that. The other two where there will be activity this year are extension requests and notices of proposed rulemaking for the PFAS National Primary Drinking Water Standards. Those are planned to be proposed this fall and should appear before the board for consideration sometime toward the beginning of next year. Lead and copper rule and revisions is also tentatively scheduled to appear before the board this summer. The others depend on comments and a variety of factors. We did, however, have some progress on this. Last year, we did get approval for the public water system definition in June 2025. That took a couple of statutory amendments, but we're happy to have that one completed. Next slide, please. This one will look familiar, but it is different this year. 2018 legislation directed the State Water Board by December 1st of 2022 to adopt regulations for risk-based water quality standards for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water for non-potable end uses in multifamily residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. You did adopt these regulations in November. They're expected to be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law later this month. In the meantime, however, there has been an additional change to statute requiring some revisions to these regulations. Those would include the addition of cooling towers and building foundation drainage water as reuse sources, and cooling towers and on-site as end uses. So staff are working on assessing needs there before developing those amendments. Next slide, please. This is another new statutory requirement. Senate Bill 31 amended the water code last year in a number of ways, mostly to encourage the use of recycled water and discourage the use of potable water for non-potable uses where recycled water is available for use. Staff are proposing to adopt and amend the recycled water regulations accordingly, and are evaluating requirements and doing research and outreach. And this is looking more like a 2027 forward type of item for the board. Next slide, please. This is our 5-year MCLs review. Since 1997, the Health and Safety Code Section 116365 has required that maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, be set at concentrations as close to the public health goal as is economically and technologically feasible, placing primary emphasis on the protection of public health, and then to come back and review existing MCLs at least once every 5 years to evaluate whether it's feasible to achieve greater protection of public health and closer attainment of the public health goals. While reviewing the existing MCLs, we're trying to see if there are any technological or economic feasibility barriers to providing materially greater protection of public health or closer attainment of the public health goals as required by statute. Our most recent review is available on the website. We do expect to be able to post findings, our review findings, sometime toward late spring or summer this year.
Ms. Hall, can I ask, when it comes to the quinennial reviews, do we do any sort of data calls, basically, saying, hey, anyone, do you have any additional technologies or any other information out there, and then kind of do a call for, here I think of the integrated report and the way that we kind of gather data for that. Here, just wondering, if there's a formal process, I guess, to gather that data, or if it's just kind of a review that staff does of the existing literature or what they know of or see out there.
There hasn't been. There was an approach carried over from CDPH that was just an internal review. It tended to focus on changes to the public health goals and occurrence data. We thought we needed to switch approaches and look more at some of the technological feasibility aspects and costs, and start looking at additional factors there. We have not done a call-in. We are flexible at this point. We've already shifted our approach, but there wasn't a data call-in for this in particular.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And it sounds like, again, we're kind of trying to cast a broader net anyway in this next review, or the one that's kind of the results of the review that are going to be posted later this spring. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking for that next kind of 5-year arc,
Sure.
if you will, it could be very helpful so
Sure.
that people kind of have a focused place to go to. Because I think we often hear, whether in individual MCL settings or discussions around MCLs generally, a feeling that, there is, maybe some newer technology or something out there. This, I think, could better structure than the feedback we get from water agencies and everyone in the state, so that they know there's a moment there to provide that to the board so that we can fold it into the review. So for what it's
Okay.
worth.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Just
We are planning to do a call for papers for, as I mentioned earlier, for cadmium and mercury, and we were tentatively planning to do that for the more costly or more tailored types of treatment technologies in general, but we don't have that in yet to use here, but we would look to work that in, and we are still planning, once we can loop back to arsenic, to certainly do that for arsenic.
fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate
Okay.
that.
And next slide, please. Last step will be a very substantial regulation when the time comes. There are 2 main component statutory requirements. The first is Health and Safety Code Section 116365 requires the development of financial assurance regulations for public water systems. It includes a number of different considerations, including demonstration of capability for ongoing operation, maintenance, and system upgrades, compliance with monitoring and treatment requirements, contingency planning, specific forms of financial assurance to be provided, including trust funds, surety bonds, letters of credit, et cetera. Neither of these 2 requirements, by the way, have statutory deadlines, which is possibly the one has not been completed yet. There's a new statutory requirement as well under Health and Safety Code sections 116-600 and 601, requiring regulations on a range of parameters, including the adequacy of the source water, the infrastructure, the staffing, the governance, the transparency of the organization, more money related things directly, revenue sufficiency, credit worthiness, fiscal management, their fiscal controls. These regulations are required to have at least 2 virtual statewide public workshops held prior to board adoption and a compliance schedule of no less than 2 years. Reasons we need to pursue this outside of just the statutory requirements: inadequate financial reserves have been severely impacting water system compliance reliability, and the lack of specific standards or data impairs our ability, and especially in our SAFER program, to adequately assess risks and needs. Because these 2 statutory requirements are very closely related, they're going to be combined for that rulemaking. Stakeholder outreach is actually gearing up to start later this year, possibly as soon as this fall. The initial focus would be on large water systems, but we would still be looking at 2027 or later for the formal rulemaking. Next slide, please. That's it for the proposed priorities for this year. Looking forward, additional topics that were kind of in the background but may come up in future year priorities. We've got the nitrosamines and nitrosomorpholine or NMOR. Do we need a notification response level for that? Do we need to review the notification response levels for nitrosamines in general? Pesticide MCL revisions, potentially further DLR revisions for disinfection byproducts, volatile organic compounds, and radioactive contaminants. We still would be very interested in pursuing distribution system and secondary standards, overhauling those regulations, including the monitoring requirements, possibly revisiting the manganese secondary MCL, and keeping current on Legionella. As mentioned earlier, we've still got stage 2 for both PFAS and the lead and copper rule that we would like to pursue for California enhancements. Revisiting the perchlorate MCL, depending on the results that as we work through as we get to our 3rd year of perchlorate monitoring data under the new DLR of 1, and then we've got still quite a few primacy packages that need to be completed. Next slide, please. So this is the full list of proposed priorities for this year. And next slide, please. Because there's a lot going on here. To help break down the public-facing activities shown on this slide are the actions expected to actually come before the board for adoption this year. So we've got coming up possibly as early as next month, the electronic reporting regulations update and the cross-connection control policy handbook revisions. And then this summer, the lead and copper rule federal updates. And then this fall, the laboratory accreditation T&I dual certificate regulations. Next slide, please. And then these are some of the key outward-facing activities that won't appear before the board this year, but many of which will lead to board actions or requests for board action later in the coming years. So this spring, we've got the manganese notification and response level revisions and a PhD request, cyanotoxins notification response level proposal, organic chemical lab surveys, the metal DLR's rulemaking notice, publication, and the call for papers for cadmium and mercury best available technologies and treatability information. Then this summer, we're looking at a monitoring order for manganese, posting of the MCL review results, the informational item and issuance for the cyanotoxins notification response levels, laboratory surveys for disinfection byproducts. This fall, we would be looking at getting the PFAS Stage 1 rulemaking notice published, completing the radioactivity lab surveys, holding a preliminary cost workshop for the styrene MCL revision. And then in winter, we would be looking potentially to publish the notice of proposed rulemaking for styrene MCL revision and hopefully issue an NDMA or disinfection byproducts monitoring order. You can see things tapering off over the year the farther we get away. Farther into the present we go, the less certain the dates become, but we do have quite a few activities planned for this year. And next slide, please. And I'm going to hand this back to Darren right now to go over some of the comment letters we've received.
Yeah, I wanted to take a minute to address some of the comment letters that we received for this item. But before I do that, I did want to do a quick note that the manganese, excuse me, the manganese NLRL is on my desk. So we will actually adopt it this winter because I will be signing that this week is my plan. So there we go. We beat a schedule already. But it's been in work a long time. Always looking to cross things off the list. So we'll adopt the list and I can immediately cross it off. The other thing I wanted to quickly do before I do the comment letters, kind of the lead into it, is to do a bit of a discussion about the impetus for a lot of the regs that have happened before and kind of where some of the ones are now. So I think a lot of the questions we get from stakeholders is that, why this now? Where did it come from? What's going on? And so we did a quick review this last fall to kind of go through some of that. And it was interesting in how it broke out. So I thought I would share some of that information to you and the public. So if you look back at completed rulemakings and going back quite a ways, so back to like 1996 amendments, when the program was at CDPH, through July 2014, when of course it came to the Water Board, there were 32 rulemaking packages that happened during that time. And then since it's been at the Water Board, so 2014 to present, we've had 12. So we're proud of the fact that we've picked up the pace on those because it's been important to do. Now, of those, the impetus behind those 44 rulemakings, 18 of them were federally driven, so responding to federal action, which is the highest number of ones we have. Next, 16 were legislatively mandated, so responding to our own legislatory. And then 12 were on our own initiative. So I think a lot of people often mistakenly think that we're just here thinking up what we needed to do. But of course, you can see from this data, a lot of it is driven by outside forces, and we're responding in a broader community of drinking water across the nation and within the state. When you look at the 12 own initiative ones, those break down into some different general categories. We either got a new or revised PHG. There was a California occurrence of a combined health effect that we noted. There was a general update for clarity or program that needed to be adjusted. There were, of course, some recommendations from the Bureau of State Audits. And then one we don't know because we're missing the file. So, record keeping is not always perfect. Now, going forward, the ones that Ms. Hall discussed that were, pending and on their way towards you eventually here, I think it's important to kind of go through those. So let me run through those quickly. NDMA. So this one, there's an occurrence of NDMA in treated wastewater and drinking water. It has an associated PHG with it, and it is included in regulatory contaminants in IPR and DPR permits. And that's largely what drove me. So we actually, because of the IPR and DPR regulations, require that NLRLs be treated as if they're MCLs. It seems more important that now that we're capable of turning it into a true MCL. PFAS stage 1, of course, we're dealing with the federal rule coming before us and working on that. 1,4-dioxane, its occurrence in Southern California is pretty widespread, and it has a combination of health effects. Interestingly, it passes through RO membranes, and like the NDMA, it also is regulated as an NLRL within our IPR and DPR permits. So it's also important, I think, to make it established as an MCL since it's technically being regulated. It also shows up substantially in Southern California cleanup fund sites because it's present down there historically. And so our 97005 or our use of highly impaired sources regulations also contemplate the NL and RL when we're doing those permitting issuance. So again, it seems really important to turn it into a formal MCL. The DLRs for arsenic and cadmium, just a good update to make sure that we're making sure that we're tracking all of those. And, along with, so we've got arsenic, cadmium, mercury, styrene, the disinfection byproducts, are all including new PhDs and THMs, and we want to address those now that we have those components. Then we've got CLIP, of course, we talked about the data upload or the data regulation you're about to see here shortly. That will be a pretty simple fix, but basically conforming with what we're doing currently. The on-site is a legislative mandate one to add some different uses. And then lead and copper, of course, is the federal rule that we're bringing forward to you. Now, the comments that we got, obviously, we digest this down here to a very short amount of work, but there's a ton of stuff going on and certainly a lot of questions around all of it. We've been transitioning over these last 10 years of how we manage with the board, the different components of it, and we're continuing to grow into that aspect of it. And so kind of one of the themes within the comment letters was just this: could we have more time to talk about what we're going to present at the board here in March? And that seems like a fair question to ask and to bring forward. So our proposal is the board concurs is that we'll just sometime in the fall schedule for a staff-led workshop where we'll have a webinar and everybody can join us and we can talk through the different components. They can ask us questions. We can kind of do some of the things like now, like what's our driver? Why are we doing it now? That'll help them prepare any comments that, with plenty of time before a board action in February or March of 2027 to go forward with it. So hopefully that helps people feel a little more comfortable in the future years as we get around to it. So with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Polhamus, Ms. Hall, and the entire team. To your point, when I reflect back the last 10 years of the transition of the Division of Drinking Water to the State Board and what we've done, I'm incredibly proud of the increased transparency, discussion, and prioritization, ultimately, of focusing on being protective of Californians and communities here, and always have opportunity to do better. And so I appreciate you addressing the letters. I was going to make some comment here similarly, and appreciate, when I talked to a few folks, I know that was a request. Can we have a workshop? Can we have more discussion? And I think that's an easy yes amongst it. And I think the difficulty is how do we make sure it remains a productive space and that we get the benefit of the expertise of water agencies and coming ourselves prepared with, I know, some additional thinking that we continue to do around how to slice and dice, a prioritization, what's most impactful to the public health and communities, what's the cost, who and how we ultimately prioritize the work. All of it, for us, I know as a board and as an institution, interested in doing better. And so, I noted the tone in some of the letters seemed a bit frustrated, and I did call a few folks because I wanted to address that frustration personally. And here, continue to make the commitment that I know we have to bring folks in. And so I appreciate the note on the workshop in the fall. I think that's great. And to the extent, and I appreciated the additional data that you provided here when it comes to the MCLs, how they came to us, what we're being responsive to, whether it's our own initiative, the feds, or the ledge. And so I think those are the sorts of points of data I think that would be great to further unpack with folks so that they do understand what is it under our own steam, what are we trying best to do and be responsive to, and how do we prioritize here amongst it. I'd note as well, I appreciated a lot of the dates in the presentation that we just provided. And I think it might be helpful for folks externally if we kind of provided all that in table format a little, just so that people can kind of slice and dice at least when they should expect various activities, whether it's a board adoption or just a staff level activity, when those might be coming up, and just continue to, again, provide more transparent information and bring folks along with the difficult task of staying on top of all of this, especially in an era of decreased federal funding, decreased federal presence. It just means that, as we know, our state authorities and programs will have to step up even more. And I think it means we're at a really important moment to bring folks along better anyway. So just thank you across all of that. And just really appreciate the work that's gone on here. Again, you look at the arc of the last 10 years, and we've done a lot, very impressed by it. And as always, we're open to figuring out how we do better. So much thanks there. Looking to fellow board colleagues, do you have any questions, comments off the bat? Board Member McGuire, and then maybe Board Member Firestone. Oh, and probably Board Member Morgan, and then potentially Board Member Firestone. Board Member Morgan, do you want to go first?
Sure. I just really want to thank Ms. Hall and Mr. Kohimas for the presentation and annually bringing this item to us. For me, it's been very beneficial to really just to see just the, tremendous amount of work that you all have and that you're sorting through and prioritizing annually. You not only just bring us the small, I don't want to say small amount, but just what is on the table for coming in front of the board but this year, but really showing us the status of all the regulations and just how they are moving through the process. So just, really a lot of gratitude from me for bringing this item and really walking us through and bringing us along annually through that. Also, just each year you have looked for innovative ways to help streamline the process. And that has shown that, you have found several ways, and that's shown just by the numbers that have been presented today of how much work the board has gotten through. At times, it seems like not a lot is moving through, but when you really hear the numbers and you think about the larger picture, you really have been able to move a significant amount of work since the drinking water program has moved over to the board. It's just looking at how you can group different regulation packages, different MCLs, and putting them together to have a positive impact to human health, while also taking into consideration the costs of looking at treatment trains and how can you put in perhaps one set of treatments and have that scale to a size where you're minimizing that impact, but also you're able to treat a suite of constituents. So just really want to thank you for taking a look at different ways to package the MCLs and different ways to keep things moving, and while really improving human health. And just, I'm just really grateful. So the other piece, the manganese, as you guys know, that's been something that for quite a while now has been, dear to me, and it's a secondary MCL, and I understand what that means, but you all really did take a look and say, and look at the research and what is out there and what else could, what else are those impacts and what else can we do about manganese? And so you've continued to work on it and to highlight, while it is naturally occurring and it is a secondary MCL, that there are impacts. And those impacts are, while there are those human health impacts, there are also just those impacts that are to, as you stated, to, the color. And when it's staining clothing, it's staining, leaving stains inside of homes. Also, when you have colored water, just as humans, we just aren't going to drink the water. So there is the additional human health impact. And so you've taken that additional step to recognize that. And, and then say, what else can we do? And that is also seen through you having on the list for future years, looking at the distribution system and how can we take that also into account and do more to help particularly underserved communities, and also, those within urban areas where manganese really does have a great impact. So again, thank you for this work and, going through it, also for taking that step back after receiving the letters. We had the discussions and just really taking that look and saying, hey, where are all these different priorities coming from? And helping to communicate that to not only the board, but then also to, the regulated community to help, where that balance of where everything's coming from, that shuffle that you do annually internally to really keep things moving forward. It's not an easy task, but you've done it gracefully. So thanks.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you as always for your annual update on priorities. And I think every year I'm a bit overwhelmed by the number of priorities on the list. I know Ms. Hall, it takes a while to go over that, but I think it's really helpful for the public to be able to hear the details and the thinking behind why things are on the list and the steps that are involved with moving important regulations forward. You have a lot of really important critical work because we are truly here to protect public health. And with 39 million Californians, that's a lot of people who drink water. And seeing this list sometimes is a little scary and frightening because we know how much is out there in drinking water, in contaminants in our environment generally, and we want to do the best we can. But it's always going to come with that balance of protecting public health and safety with economic and treatability, feasibility questions, and then just the overall societal, ability to handle this number of regulations. So it's not that we shouldn't do it. It's not that we shouldn't advance the ball. It's the how, and thinking carefully. So I appreciate the comments about how do you group constituents in a thoughtful way. How do we look at the bigger picture of what do our regulations mean broadly? And I appreciate the idea of further expanding the public engagement here. That's really what I want to focus on a bit instead of this. I could certainly bring up many different. I have questions about arsenic and disinfection byproducts and 1,4 dioxane, but I think instead of doing that, I just want to focus on the public process because I think that is a really important part of the work that we do here at the board is making sure that we're, you have a great team. You do a lot of really fantastic work. We have a really amazing public water system community as well. So making sure, and everybody else involved and interested in drinking water, making sure we're getting that input from the community so that we know that we're making the best decisions possible with the information that we have, I think will be very helpful to the process. So I think that workshop is a good idea. That's a good starting point. But I do have an open mind about how do we do this? To your point, Mr. Bolhemus, you talked about how, like NDMA, for example, it's had a notification level for decades. Now we're looking at it in indirect potable reuse for advanced reuse projects, and it's considered to be essentially an MCL in that space. So it rises up to the top. It becomes more of a priority. Well, how do we marry that with all the other things that you're looking at and figuring that out? I think is a challenge, and I think you wrestle with it. And a lot of times that information doesn't get out to the public. So, for example, like, is this PowerPoint presentation, is this made available? Is it posted on the website or made public in a way that anyone can access it? Because there's a ton of information in here. And I bet folks would like to take a little bit closer look at this. Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, it hasn't been, but I usually get requests and provide a copy afterward. I'd have to check about web accessibility requirement satisfaction, but otherwise it's definitely available upon request.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think that would be helpful. And I think I want to leave it at that. I know there's a number of public commenters, so I want to hear from them.
For sure. And thank you, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, echo all the comments and thanks, and a ton of information. I think especially just, I know the next item, for example, is on board priorities, and the slides 32 and 33 are a good summary of that. And so I'm thinking about how we might even just be able to link those slides to that document in some way, or anyway, I look forward to interesting ideas about how to make sure folks can get information on these that helps to tease out timing and process in ways beyond, sort of the laundry list that we have in the resolution. But so support first of all, echo thanks for, I'm really excited to see the manganese order go out, so I'm looking forward to that. And also the monitoring orders for that one as well. I agree with the comments around, thinking about a workshop. One of the things I really look forward to, there's so many different factors that help us think about priorities. One, I know that's important to this board and consistent with our racial equity resolution is around just overburdened communities and exposure around overburdened communities. And so, and vulnerable communities. So just look, as we're analyzing ways to think about prioritization, that's something I look forward to, making sure we can share that information and analysis to the extent that we have it with the public. I think you mentioned, in addition to manganese, 1,4-dioxane is one that comes to mind for me for that. But I also just wanted to mention for just an overall observation and flag for us to think about as we move forward is that, this time last year, we talked about arsenic being one of the highest priorities. And then we decided to, recognize that the public health goal hadn't been updated in a while. And so requested OEHA to update the public health goal. And I think when we think about process on its own, that ideally we would always have the most updated public health goal and do that process before we act. But I will say that for what that can mean is that in practice, that could delay adoption of an MCL for something that we already know is one of the more toxic and least protective standards that we have for maybe up to a decade or more by the time we go through the full process of things. And there doesn't seem to be indication that the the health goal, even under revision, would be anywhere close to, what may be ending up as sort of the feasible level. So in other words, I don't know that it would change having perfect information may not actually change the level that we would end up adopting given all the factors that we consider. And so I think it's part of this overall balancing of how do we set MCLs and priorities. Process is one really important factor. So is risk, so is, equity and affordability and cost and technical feasibility, all of these things, which I think, we can flesh out more in a broader context. But I think just given that this year, that's actually a big change from last year with arsenic. I just wanted to call attention to it and kind of reflect that, we should make sure that we're not overvaluing process at the expense of protecting public health if it doesn't necessarily change the outcome. I'm not suggesting that we change that today or any changes today. It's really more just this is an opportunity to raise the issue for more discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Firestone. It was probably my biggest disappointment to have to move it down the list. But I do want to clarify that kind of the reasoning behind that was not so much that the PhD was old, because an old PhD can be just fine. It was really that we noticed that when it was adopted prior, there was a really large component of contribution to the diet from food. And when you're doing an MCL and a PhD, it's kind of like water gets last shift. It's like, what are all your other exposures? What's your body food load? And then we work on water to see what we might address there. And there was a substantial body of evidence that that was the case, that there was a component there. So originally, I think we were planning to move ahead with the existing PHG, but then based on that evidence, felt like we should adjust it some just so that we could clear that off the deck and not have that be a contention point when we got to the MCL. That said, kind of like my final commitment here is arsenic is still one of our highest non-compliance MCLs. And we've got plenty of work to push hard in that vein to try to make sure we get everybody to the current MCL, which, isn't a good excuse for buying time for, looking at whether we should adjust it later, but certainly maybe is a little bit of a solve for having to the wound of moving it a little bit later down the years when we actually get to adjust to it. So that I'm going to have my group definitely focus on. We need to have everybody at the current MCL. It is our worst health endpoint of all of the MCLs we have at 1 in 400 cancer cases, on a raw calculation of the PhD now. And I don't think when anybody hears that number, they find it acceptable, which is why we want to keep working towards adjusting that. So thank you for your comments on that. I definitely understand that.
Sorry. Yeah, I thank you. And that's, I think it, again, helpful to share with everyone sort of the thinking there. And I think it makes a lot of sense to update the public health goal. And I guess, just to kind of round off my my thoughts on this, the public health goal, even if it was raised many orders of magnitude, would still be below what we, I think, even have as a method of detection, level of detection, much less like what, probably we'd be considering on, any of the technical and economic feasibility analyses. So for example, moving from the current 10 to say a 5, for example, would have huge health benefits and reduce that. And, probably, I think we could, even the non-cancer endpoint is far below that, right? So I think, when sometimes just stepping back and thinking about, I know you're stepping back constantly and thinking about all these things, but I think for just, being able to discuss it here, thinking about, do we have to get every analysis perfect if it won't actually change the outcome, and it still will, still anything that we set will be reducing, one of the least, or ensuring that we are making water safer for the least protective MCL that we have, which is, literally a poison. And, not having, not coming, still being far above, far less protective than any public health goal or endpoint, just given all of the economic and other considerations. So again, just not something we need to decide, or I'm asking for a change here today, but I really appreciate the discussion on it and continued discussion in general on this. I think it's a challenge, and as I think Board Member McGuire and all of us, Board Member McGuire said, and all of us agree, is first and foremost, let's also make sure that folks are in compliance with the existing MCLs and that we're getting those systems that are chronically not meeting that, especially for a MCL as old as, or, that's been around as long as arsenic has. There's really not a good excuse at this point for not being in compliance with that. And I know our SAFER program's extremely focused on that. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Just, yeah, I appreciate Board Member Firestone, your comments on this, and I agree arsenic is a big lift and an important one. And I had noticed too that I said I wanted to talk about it, but I didn't, but now I will. I noticed I had moved down the list and and I assumed it was because of the PHG issue and wanted to make sure that was the case. I will say too, but this is a reminder to me that OEHA and their work in developing public health goals and developing recommendations for notification limits, response levels. It's a partnership within our agency, within Cal EPA, and so they don't have infinite resources either to complete their work. You don't either, and so I think there's an important conversation that I know you have, but again, just a better understanding of how their priorities are set in terms of and how we decide what PHGs might need to be reviewed down the road. You have a long list and a future look ahead. So how do we kind of hone in on those expectations and recognizing which ones may need to be reviewed so we can get ahead of the curve with OEHA in partnership in making those decisions. And they can also help educate us and the general public about those human health risks, about areas where we might feel comfortable moving forward on a more accelerated basis versus saying, there's new science, there's new information, we might need to take a step back on a couple of these things. And that would give us bandwidth then to pick up others and move more quickly. So anyway, I know it's complicated, but appreciate further thinking there. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, board member. I know there is a lot of coordination that goes on even at the executive level. We have good conversations with our partners over at OEHA, but always, an opportunity to bring those out further into the public. The other thing that we do a lot with OEHA, obviously, is the fish tissue sampling and the setting of, protective levels of fish consumption in the various water bodies. So it's MCLs, it's another, there's other bodies of work for sure as well. And always good to be able to communicate what we're dialoguing with OEHA on, and to your point, prioritizing the work across. But a lot of that does happen, but how much of it we communicate publicly, we always have opportunity to do more.
Yeah, I should mention if I can, Board Chair, that I meet quarterly with the top executive team of OEHA, and the reality is they work exactly on the priorities we give them. They don't have extra bandwidth. I know we hear in some of the comment letters there's a statutory requirement that they do it every 5 years. There's no way they could accomplish that with the resources they have. So they take their cues from us on what they see coming. And so this item here today basically is what I take back to them, and this is what we're working on, and they work to schedule that in so that they can address that. So that's kind of how it flows right now. Obviously, that could change in the future if more resources did come or some other change does come of it. But they focus all the resources they have for us directly on what we request. And like was mentioned, earlier, I will, after issuing the NLRL for manganese, issue a memo to them requesting that formally that they begin the PHG for manganese.
Thank you. Much appreciation. Let's go ahead and hear from folks. We have about 6 commenters, and would like first to call up Nick Blair, be followed by Angela Islas, and then Megan Murphy.
Okay. Is this?
Yeah, it's always
is-
just on.
okay.
So you're good. Good to see
All
you.
right. Yes, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Nick Blair with the Association of California Water Agencies. Thank you for the opportunity today to offer brief comments. Didn't know we'd have that full discussion first, so I had to adjust a bit, so please bear with me. We would like to largely align with the comments submitted by Cal Nevada WWA and Southern California Water Coalition, encouraging greater transparency in the regulatory development of priorities, to offer feedback in setting these priorities, and also, yes, to encourage using annual priority setting as an opportunity to look at the economic and public health factors of public engagement in a workshop and comment period to discuss future drinking water priorities. We can definitely appreciate that DDW staff has a very ambitious list each year that we see. We know a lot of work goes into that, and we definitely want to do our part to help in setting that each year and informing on our side, as well as letting folks know ahead of time what's coming. So it was great to hear the discussion today. It'd be great to have more certainty, knowing ahead of time what we can expect in a future workshop. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We look forward to future collaboration on this matter. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments, Mr. Blair. Next, I'd like to call up Angela Islas, be followed by Megan Murphy, then Sue Mossberg and Andrea Ventura.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. Angela Islas here with CCJN. Just wanted to just briefly acknowledge the comments that each board member made, especially with particular with manganese. I am looking forward to really seeing just kind of more of what y'all are going to be working on with manganese as I am overseeing the San Joaquin project in the city of San Joaquin for their manganese improvements. And also happy to see some of the improvements that are being made to byproduct disinfectant as I'm also working with the community of Five Points, particularly West Side community around their byproduct disinfectant contamination issues. Definitely just thank you, Nicole, for acknowledging that, and also to Board Member Firestone. And I do want to acknowledge Board Member Maguire with looking into public workshops in, giving more light to these improvements. And I'm happy to coordinate with you all and hoping to have these workshops be done on the west side of Fresno County, as manganese and also byproduct disinfectant is pretty prevalent in that region. So would really be more than happy, as well as the residents, to host you all to do a public workshop around those MCL improvements and tackling also sort of the need that these communities are asking for, since they are still dealing with this contaminant issue. I know that it's really hard to see how much of this can support with emergency services on the short-term solution side. But again, I'm just really happy to continue those conversations, and just happy to hear that the staff is acknowledging these two MCLs overall. So thanks so much for the time to comment, and just looking forward to still follow up.
Thank you for those comments and looking forward to the follow-up. Really appreciate the partnership, Ms. Islas. Next, I'd like to call up Megan Murphy, be followed by Sue Mossberg, Andrea Ventura, and then I believe our last commenter on the item will be Debbie Mackey. Good to see you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, members of the board and staff. I'm Megan Murphy, Senior Regulatory Advocate for the California Municipal Utilities Association, or CMUA, who represents 85 publicly owned electric, gas, water, and wastewater utilities statewide. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Division of Drinking Water's priorities for 2026. It was a really impressive presentation, so thank you. We also support written comments provided by Cal Nevada AWWA and Southern California Water Coalition related to encouraging a transparent public process for the 2027 drinking water priorities in the future, and to address the contaminants of emerging concern based on those that pose the greatest risk to public health, especially in consideration of them in a broader economic and health protection context. I recall, I think it was last month at the previous board meeting, your executive staff team had come up with some ideas on how to prioritize the board's priorities, color coding and different fonts and things. And so I thought that something similar to that conversation might be helpful for this ranking that is done with the priorities for drinking water, just because the numbers, it's a little hard to follow from the public perspective in the regulated community, especially with little statuses and changes over time. So I think something like that may help just to stay updated along the process. And a workshop is a great start, so thank you. And I'll just close by saying, in summary, CMUA members support the development of water quality standards grounded in the best available science and established through a transparent rulemaking process. We encourage state regulators to evaluate the full scope and interrelationships of regulatory actions, as these priorities cannot be effectively considered in isolation. And we look forward to our continued engagement. Thank you.
Look forward to it as well. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Next, I'd like to call up Sue Mossberg, be followed by Andrea Ventura, and then Debbie Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm Sue Mossberg, Executive Director of the California Nevada section of the American Waterworks Association. Our association was organized in 1920, and for over 100 years, we've been a leader in educating, supporting drinking water utilities and personnel in the state. In the best of times, we've worked in collaboration with the State Water Board and its predecessors, the Department of Health Services and the California Department of Public Health. I believe we have the same fundamental principles and goals. Our approximately 4,700 members and the rest of the drinking water community work every day with the purpose of providing clean, safe, affordable, accessible water. That's every day. The members I meet with, from water treatment, distribution operators, general managers, share pride, satisfaction that comes from committing their work lives to these principles. That is, we feel invested in the human right to water, just as you and your staff in the divisions of the State Water Resources Control Board do. The biggest difference, I think, is, of course, that you enact the regulations and the rules that decide what it means when we say water is safe and how safe is safe. You decide when water providers must tell the public that an unregulated substance might not be safe when scientific evidence is uncertain. You enact new or revised regulations on drinking water contaminants and decide what levels of a substance is economically feasible. You also decide indirectly what it means for water to be affordable and for whom. When the Water Board decides on new TMDLs or enforces the Porter Cologne Act, you decide how clean is clean. All of these actions, as well as the regulations that you set for water conservation, water rights, decide what's accessible, for whom, and for what purpose. These are awesome powers, and you have an awesome responsibility. Our members and the water community as a whole then have the serious responsibility to provide clean, safe, affordable, accessible water for the people and businesses they serve, and to do so while meeting all the rules and regulations that you've set down. It's with increasing intensity and a good degree of frustration that our members in the water community want to engage with you in a more collaborative discussion about the decisions on what is clean, what is safe, what is affordable, what is accessible. In our view, these principles exist in a precarious balance where each one may affect the other. It's truly a process. When a decision is made that emphasizes increased safety of drinking water, that decision ultimately affects the affordability and the accessibility of the water service to some customers. When a decision is made about what water is clean, that affects the water that's accessible for some communities. We know and we understand that you are the regulators. We appreciate you and your role. It's not an easy role or task. What we want is more clarity about how you see the state balancing these competing goals and where California is going with its regulatory program. And if you're willing to take that step back and open the curtain on these important questions, which it sounds like there is a movement towards doing, we want to be there as responsible partners in the pursuit of the human right to water. In recent years, including the current one, the exercise performed to adopt resolutions listing priorities for drinking water regulations does not provide that clarity and understanding that we'd like to see. In the letters that were sent to the board, specifically ours about a month ago, we gave several specific ideas that would help the situation a lot. And I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Darren's and the board's recognition of those letters and consideration even before today's meeting. I'd like to remind, though, of some of the suggestions that we made in the letter. Specifically, item number 1, to use a readiness timeline or something similar to show where a particular contaminant stands in the regulatory process. Laying out the work and indicating how far along something is and how much farther it's going would be greatly appreciated to improve the transparency and predictability of this important work. This should also disclose what steps depend on other entities such as OEHA or the Office of Administrative Law or the federal government, or information from drinking water utilities, for example. Number 2, notification and response levels as a pre-regulatory tool. But it's presumed by those that are regulated that a constituent that receives an NL or RL is going to have an enforceable drinking water standard. When the designations are set and stay in place for years without that final regulatory step, it gives a feeling the regulations aren't necessarily following the regulatory process. There should be realistic timelines on moving from an NL to an MCL. Number 3, the Office of Environmental Hazard Assessment is one sister agency that is always important to your work in regulating constituents in drinking water. Providing more information about when public health goals were requested would be helpful. In the absence of this information and public notice, it puts into question what's really and actually a high priority. Number 4, taking a broad view of the economic issues associated with the regulation of single contaminant and the cumulative impact of the full suite of regulations. Again, from the utilities perspective, there's a balance between safety, reliability, and affordability. The adoption of a long list of regulatory priorities doesn't really provide a sense of how the board views that balance. It's simply unclear whether there's a belief in those trade-offs that exist or what the relevance of each item is and what the relevant role is. So specifically, we ask that you commission a study of the total cost of the regulations placed on drinking water systems and how much capacity there is to absorb more. I think we all agree that the impacts are tenfold greater for smaller systems and poor communities. We encourage having some economic experts look at the trade-offs that low-income people face in choosing to pay for water service versus some other needed health services. To summarize, we believe that the Water Board and the Division of Drinking Water can do a better job at analyzing where you're going. And I just want to thank Darren for the analysis provided today at the start of the comments and for sharing those, how some of those priorities were developed, and the commitment for some stakeholder engagement in next year's process. And we want to be at the table as important partners in the conversation moving forward. For this reason, we would actually urge and have you consider not adopting the resolution in front of you today and taking a different approach beginning this year. Thank you for the opportunity to share the comments.
Thank you for those comments. I think we have a lot of alignment, Ms. Mossberg, and really appreciate just the openness to continue to work with us. I think always know that my door is open. I think our doors are always open. So feel free to also pick up the phone. Glad to make sure we're having just an ongoing and in-depth conversation around all of this. So just thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Ventura.
Hello, good to see you all. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today. My name is Andrea Ventura, and I am the Policy Director for Clean Water Action. So a few things, I will try to be quick, but first of all, I think the idea of a webinar that was mentioned before is a great idea. It was mentioned that the staff has much more to say that we could learn from, as well as the water systems, which we just heard from the previous speaker. I want to remind you too, though, that those of us outside of the regulatory community that are working at the community level or the NGO level also have scientists, have input, have a lot of expertise on some of these contaminants such as PFAS or lead, and would happily participate. And Clean Water Action is happy to connect you with the right people if such a webinar happens. So keep us in mind. I just want to comment on something the previous speaker said. Looking at the costs of regulating drinking water, it is a struggle. That's why Clean Water Action and many of our allies have been so involved in the SAFER program and helped create it, because we understand those problems. I think if you're going to look at the total cost capacity, you have to look at healthcare. You have to look at external costs to those communities. And you also have to look at something that some water systems have resisted, and that is if you're calling for treatment for a particular new contaminant that's being regulated, what else are you getting out because of that treatment? And look at that more cumulatively. So I want to put that in there. On a whole, we support the resolution. Just a few comments on specific contaminants. As some of you know, I have spent 80% of my time since 2018 on PFAS. We have made a lot of progress in the state on source reduction. DTSC, your sister organization, has been involved in that as well. We absolutely see this as a high priority, and we do want to congratulate staff for the work they've been doing. There's some innovative work around treatment techniques that we hope can pick up again. We do appreciate what you're doing with PFHXS and asking for a public health goal, moving forward on PFOA and PFOS. We definitely want to see some attention given to short-chain PFAS. I've said that for years now. The reason being that not everybody's going to find them, but when they do, they're going to have to think about, as they address PFOA and PFOS first, they're going to have to address those short chains in the past. And we're asking both the board, and we've met with OEHA as well, to say, let's expedite this. We have a deliberative process. It's a slow process because we do allow for public comment and input. We support that, but behind the scenes, let's make sure this moves forward, because frankly, California is behind on PFAS and water. So we want to catch up and offer those protections, but we thank the staff for their work. We support 1,4-dioxane moving forward as well, that investigation. And again, just want to point out that your colleagues at DTSC are looking at this as an important source of contamination in the environment and in people, and are working on considering some source reduction efforts. You might want to be talking to them. Regarding manganese, we support this moving toward a primary MCL. And we think that what you're doing in the meantime makes sense regarding the notification response levels. But given that we're looking at regulating this as something that is harmful to human beings, we have a question about what is the position the board is going to have on waivers of the secondary contaminant level. We would suggest that waivers would be inappropriate moving forward. So want to put that out there. Just a couple of more things. Arsenic. When I first read the documents associated with this item, the first thing that popped into my mind was, why are we bothering with a new PhD? It is so darn low. And yes, we always want more science. But the first thing I learned when I went into this career was that arsenic had been definitively shown to cause cancer through drinking water. And we have a federal MCLG of 0. So while there are other considerations in an MCL, I want to echo what Board Member Firestone said, that we don't want to slow down doing something more protective on arsenic. Yes, we have systems that are not meeting the current level, but we should know what the real level they need to meet is as we try to bring them into compliance. And there are water systems that are going to be able to address their arsenic. So I would suggest that we move forward with an MCL sooner than later on arsenic. Last two things I want to say is what's kind of missing from this. And I want to bring up perchlorate. It was mentioned as down the line. The federal government's starting to look at perchlorate, and that's my afternoon. I'm writing a letter to US EPA telling them that what they are proposing is absurd and not health protective. But we have been talking to the Division of Drinking Water for a long time. We get that you can't do everything in a given year. And I would still prioritize PFAS and some of these other contaminants. But that said, let's not forget perchlorate. It's not a matter of the treatment changing. It's a matter, and people that are having treatment in their water are getting the perchlorate out. Okay, it's a matter of how many people are getting treatment. Massachusetts has an MCL of 2. We specifically agreed to wait for the detection limit to change. It was a bifurcated process, but it's time to finalize and move forward on making sure more people are protected from perchlorate. It's sometimes lobbed back because it's not considered a carcinogen, but child development issues last a lifetime, actually 2 lifetimes for the parents and the child. So we should not forget that. And finally, I would love to see more information on where the division is on microplastics. I did not expect an MCL to be popping up any day now or anything like that, but we are leading the nation on identifying how to measure microplastics in drinking water. And it's kind of a black hole of where that's going and what we're doing. So it would be nice to have some mention of that moving forward as to where we are and what that means, so that we can kind of gauge where we are. There is, again, a lot of effort on source reduction on the other side of the table that we're very involved in, but ultimately we're going to have to address what may potentially be in our water. So I just want to put that out there. And with that, I will close and thank you very much for a very good presentation and for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for those great comments. Much appreciation, Ms. Ventura. Appreciate the continued partnership across this work, and just thank you for the advocacy. It means a lot. Thank you.
And Chair Esquivel, could I
Yes, please.
make one comment on her
gladly.
question about the manganese and waivers, just to clarify that, because since that's about to be issued. Basically, once under existing regulations, you're not allowed to have a waiver above the NL. So once we establish that, all the existing waivers will be canceled. And we are going to work with the water systems that do have waivers to do that. We're working to identify those, and it was part of our consideration as we move forward with this. So,
Great. Thank you for that addition. Very helpful. And thank you again, Ms. Ventura. Next, I'd like to call up our final commenter here, Debbie Mackey. Good to see you, Ms. Mackey.
Good to see you too, and thank you. Good afternoon, board members. And I just want to start out with saying how much I really have appreciated the discussion that has happened as it started with staff and went through the commenters and the board comments. I think that there's a lot to be discussed. And I know that you guys are used to seeing me here when I come, and you're like, what is a wastewater person doing with drinking water? Well, the reason is because of automatic incorporation of MCLs. And as Ms. Mosberg was talking about, just affordability and the regulations and trying to balance everything, we have those concerns too. And especially as many of these MCLs today are that are being proposed are already part of our revisions that could have a significant impact on wastewater treatment. And I would even add one other area is we also look at energy and climate and those areas of what it takes to do the treatment. These are important considerations. And so as you move forward, and as I know as you're going also into planning, as we're talking about this, just putting drinking water in a box and then putting something else in a box really is just, it's not going to be something that's sustainable or really works. We need to look at the impacts of this because as we look at the water cycle and water quality and everything that the board is responsible for, there are impacts that go beyond that. And so I really am again asking that as these regulations are putting in together, whether it's a partnership between Department of Drinking Water and Department of Water Quality and others, figuring out what these priorities are, what the impacts are, how do we move forward, and then especially for my community is being able to to be able to assess, the compliance and the ability to meet these new requirements, or providing a path forward that it's not an automatic incorporation and that they can be considered separately. I guess that's what I'm asking. So please don't forget, and really as you're looking to prioritize, how can you look at these more holistically so that when we're looking at something on drinking water that's affordable, that we consider the other part of affordable water, which also includes wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments, Ms. Mackey, and I don't question at all anytime I see you here before on the drinking water item. We do have a continued to the theme of what we've heard from folks, have an opportunity to be more comprehensive in our approach, more integrated across our regulatory authorities, and all in the name of protecting communities. And so we definitely are always interested in doing that. It's always a matter of what are the resources ultimately to do that as well, and to keep the faith and keeping the commitments that we can make across all of this. So just thank you for those comments. Thank you for all the commenters here. Really do appreciate the continued engagement on this. And for us, yeah, an opportunity to shine some additional light, be more transparent, and bring folks in on this process, an ever-evolving one when it comes to how best we remain protective of Californians while also keeping an eye on affordability and also continue to keep the faith in the tap and the trust in tap. I did want to just land on, kind of going back to Ms. Mossberg, your request for like a comprehensive cost of, all the board's kind of regulations for water systems. What I'm reminded is the cost of compliance work we did just on stormwater and the MS4s, and how long it took to try to really wrap our arms around that. And so for me, it's a matter of, is the squeeze worth the juice, or is there enough juice for the squeeze? However the saying may go, when it comes to the resources we may expend on an effort like that. And for me, it wouldn't just be on, say, the cost of all those regulations we have, but the benefit as well. The measure of additional public health and ultimately the benefit to Californians. And that's not an easy task. Certainly open to, again, figuring out how we do better across our decision-making work, but that sort of comprehensive look would probably take a long while. And the question is, what will we do with that information? Would we then say, well, things are too costly already, we're going to stop adopting new maximum contaminant levels? I don't think that's something that we'd certainly be, myself, interested in necessarily building a case for. But we do need to continue to be understanding of the cost of our regulations, not just in the silo of the adoption of that one MCL, but kind of how this is all working comprehensively. So all that to say, I think I'm open to certainly figuring out how we have that more comprehensive look, but very aware of the real cost that it takes to get the work done, the difficulty, and actually, especially with, as we know, the nearly 3,000 community water systems within the state, of being able to understand across the variety of systems we have, one cost for one system may be very different for an MCL for another. And they already start to find ourselves again in a very complex landscape and questioning the benefit of the activity that we're undertaking. All that to say, again, just really appreciate everyone's engagement here. I know we will have further opportunity for engagement as we've indicated in the fall, and just a lot of thanks. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on something that Ms. Mossberg stated, and it's pretty in line with your comments, Chair. Just wanted to add on that, it made me a little uncomfortable just speaking to just somewhat the trade-offs between the cost of the MCLs and the health impacts in healthcare. And just when I am looking at the drinking water system, we're looking at drinking water, and something that I have discussed with Division of Drinking Water, an item that is just unknown to us at this time is just the cumulative health burden that our underserved communities that are impacting underserved communities. That's something that will, come in the fingers crossed will come in the future of not just with the cumulative impacts of the constituents within our drinking water, but then also the cumulative impacts when we're just looking at the environment altogether. There are many. And for me to just take a look at one MCL, it is too small. And to have to analyze something like this is a huge undertaking, at least for the way I would want it to occur. I would really want to look at the cumulative health impacts environmentally for a community and work with our sister agencies to do so prior to taking a look at just one MCL and how does that impact a community, especially one that has been historically underserved. In addition, when that is a community that we're also looking at that also does not have equal access to healthcare. And so it's also a community that is already does not trust its drinking water system and is perhaps not even drinking the water and is buying bottled water. And to say that we are then not going to help to improve their system so that they can feel comfortable turning on their tap when they're burdened with cumulative environmental, concerns, it impacts, is to me just something that I am just not comfortable with at all. And that's, it's from personal experience with my own health, my son's health, and family members. And it struck me. It really is something that I just felt that I really needed to just express. And so, with that, if the board is ready, I am ready to move this item and continue it moving forward this year. So I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, board member, for those comments and the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Looking forward to further process this coming year, and just thank you for all the engagement from the water agencies and importantly, community advocates as well. It means a lot. All right. Thank you very much. That wraps up item number 5 and brings us to item number 6, a discussion on our board priorities. I'll note we're at 12:15 now. Want to get through our priorities discussion. That'll bring us then to kind of a late closing. We'll take a brief lunch and then there'll be closed session, but just for planning purposes for everyone. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and give ourselves a 5-minute break just so we can transition. And so let's get back here at 12:20 and we'll start in on item number 6. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 12:20. We can bring ourselves back. Thank you for the 5-minute break. We're now continue on to item number 6, which is a discussion of our yearly board priorities. This is now the second meeting and discussion on what will be a 3-part series on the board's priorities. And so appreciate Mr. Nachbauer being here and ready to walk us through this next iteration of the board's priorities and reflective of, I know, some good conversation we had here at the dais at the last meeting, or a month ago when we had this item. All yours. Good to see you, Mr. Nachbauer.
I'm actually going to kick it off,
Oh,
Chair.
well
So,
then,
I
Mr.
asked James
Oppenheimer,
to-
well,
I
even
asked,
better.
I asked James Nachbauer to join us because him and his team are the ones doing the heavy lifting here. But I'm going
Yes.
to kick off the presentation.
Good,
and
please.
Then,
Thank you.
the 2 chief deputies will do the bulk of it. And James, can help answer questions and take notes. Before we start, what I'll say is please feel free to interrupt us during the presentation as we go through, because as you said, Chair, this is the second of 3. Our hope is that the next time we come back to you with this, it'll be to review the final plan. And so really any input that we get from all of you today and guidance will help us finalize, hopefully finalize a plan for April. So just jump in and interrupt us as we go, ask questions. The dialogue's the important part of this conversation. Why don't we go to the next slide, please? So today, what we're going to do is just a brief recap from our February 3rd informational item where we began this conversation. And then we're going to focus on the changes that we've made since we last spoke with you, how we've incorporated your input, and really focus on content of the plan this time, how, where we've put various actions in what categories and under what thematic priorities. And then we'll talk to you about next steps. Next slide. So in terms of recap from February 3rd, as you recall, we provided a brief status update on our strategic work plan. And we also introduced some new sort of organizational structure for the plan. It's, what I would call a modest refresh of the plan to hopefully simplify it, make it more clear, more concise, and a little bit more focused. We also introduced some key terms that we're using, and we worked with you to help define those terms, and we've refined those definitions since we last spoke. So we'll walk you through, kind of where we are as we go through this. Next slide. So again, as you likely recall, and as the plan has been, the strategic work plan has been structured for the last 7 years, it really, the actions in it are organized around 4 thematic priorities. What we talked about during the February 3rd information item is sort of splitting up the multitude of actions into 2 main categories, 2 main types of priorities: immediate priorities and ongoing priorities. And immediate priorities are essentially high visibility actions that we anticipate will be coming to the board for an action over the next year, or actions that are directives from the governor's office or the governor, or legislative mandates or actions required by settlement agreements. And then additionally, anything we do to respond to an emergency, because, just by its very nature, an emergency is going to become an immediate priority. We just don't know what those emergencies are. And then ongoing priorities are intended to be high visibility actions that we're going to be taking, but probably are going to be more like multi-year timelines where we may bring them before the board for informational items, but we don't anticipate a board action on them in the next year. And why don't we go to the next slide? The other thing we talked about when we last met with you is moving some of the content from the prior versions of the strategic work plan, from the main body of the work plan to appendices. And then you all had, board members had your own ideas on other appendices. And so we tried to take that input today and come back to you today with a list of essentially 4 types of attachments or appendices to the plan. The first is just a list of completed actions, the things from the 2025 plan that are done. And then there's a new appendix that we're proposing based on your input from last time, and what we're calling it is, or what we're proposing to call it is capacity constrained priorities. So these are going to be actions that have been priorities for a while, but we just have not had the resources to make a lot of progress on, or actions that potentially will emerge or are emerging for the future. But again, we just really don't have the capacity to put them in the main body of the plan. And so this is a way to keep track of important actions for the future, but things we're not really going to be able to, at this moment, prioritize for the next 1 year or maybe 2 or 3 years even. Again, we want to keep track of them, and this capacity constrained priorities appendix would memorialize those ideas and allow us to have a broader list of priorities beyond what we really have the bandwidth to do. And then there's a third appendix. Again, this was based on input from the last meeting, but just really a list of all of the informational items or items that come before the board on a more routine annual basis, so we can in one place keep track of what those informational items are. These are things that typically the board has requested status updates on through resolutions, but they could also be put on the agenda for other reasons as well. And so this would be just, again, a list of the things that will come before the board on a more routine basis. And ideally, we'll have some timing around when we anticipate those coming each year. And then the last appendix would be core workload. This is something that we've talked about previously, but really haven't been reflected in the strategic work plan. But this is really to recognize that while the strategic work plan includes sort of our high priority actions, it doesn't typically include our core workload. And the reality is the majority of our staff resources are spent on core workload. And so this would be an attachment that just attempts to document that core workload. And so it's clear for people what we're working on in addition to our immediate or long-term priorities. Next slide. So that brings us to today's discussion. What we're going to essentially do today is talk about how we've taken your input. Some of that I've already discussed, and really today's conversation is about the content. Last time I think we came to I'd say a preliminary agreement about the structure of the plan. And since that time, we've briefed you, we've put forward our ideas on kind of where the different actions should fall, whether it's a immediate priority or a long-term priority. And we're also going to review the appendices that I just mentioned. We were going to highlight some of the work completed, but we actually moved that to slides as needed, just in the interest of time. This got to be a fairly long presentation, but we have that information if you want to go through it. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the second bullet under March 3rd, which is a potential new category. So a new category in addition to immediate priorities and long-term priorities. As we briefed the board members, it was suggested to us that some of these actions didn't fit cleanly into immediate or long-term priorities, and there was a recommendation to create a third category, programmatic priorities. And we'll talk more about about this new category for your consideration as we walk through the presentation today. I think when you see the actual actions broken out by immediate, long-term, and programmatic, you'll get a better sense for what this new category could look like. And so we'd love to hear your input on that. Let's go to the next slide. And this is just a reminder of the 4 thematic priorities that I mentioned that we organize these actions around. We've got some icons to we're going to kind of use these icons as an organizing principle for the remainder of the presentation as we go through. But I think you recall these four: protect public health, protect and restore watersheds, increase statewide resiliency, and then strengthen internal capacity, strengthen systems, strengthen relationships. And we can go to the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Mogus, and she's going to begin with the actions under Protect Public Health.
Thanks, Eric. You can go to the next slide. So as Eric mentioned, there is a potential third category that we're calling programmatic priorities, and SAFER is the first example of a programmatic priority that we would propose putting into that category. And the reason is that SAFER is an ongoing high priority program, right? So we've highlighted it as high priority, but there's nothing specific in the program that'll come before the board this year. One could argue the fund expenditure plan and other items that become high priorities. And so the way that I sort of describe this is it's an overarching program that will have projects that come before the board that will become their own specific priority projects. And I'll explain a few other handfuls of items, or Eric and I will, that fit that bill as well. So safe and affordable funding for equity and resilience, obviously a high priority for the board and one that we would propose to put in this potential new third category, assuming that's the direction you'd like to go. I will say that under public health, you just heard an entire item on what the Division of Drinking Water's priorities are. I do want to point out that while it makes sense for us to align completely with the list of priorities that Division of Drinking Water identified in their prioritization, they are not all listed here. It would become a pretty large list. And so thinking about which ones you want to include, we've added a few based on their prioritization. We could add more. We could, put their whole list in here, but just something to think about. It's not fully aligned at this stage. But in terms of immediate priorities under the Protect Public Health theme, we have the statewide wastewater needs assessment. In 2026, the draft list of inadequate systems will be released, and so that will be the major milestone this year. Then, as I mentioned, you've already heard about Division of Drinking Water's priorities. We have the lead and copper rule and the notification and response levels for the cyanotoxins. Next slide, please.
Smogus, apologies.
Oh, yeah.
If we can just kind of rest on a moment with the programmatic priority category, just because I'm, kind of looking at this, I feel like SAFER could just be an immediate priorities. Insofar as it does come to board vote on a yearly basis, yes, it's part of then kind of a routine workload, but there is something that the board, has for adoption. And so at least on this one, I feel like that programmatic priority could very well just stay there as an immediate priority. But just for what it's worth, I guess, kind of exploring where this new programmatic priority kind of category comes in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if any board
I-
members have any feeling on.
Or I'd just like to hear a little more about why create an additional category. I mean, I can see the category, but I don't know, does it really add value, or can we, or does it add more complexity? And instead we can just, like the chair said, say, these are, be more specific about what would be coming to us or what the priorities are.
Board Member Morgan, please.
Hi, yes. And so this is something that I actually brought up because when reading it and when you look at what was listed for SAFER, it described the program. It did not describe any specific action. And when you compare it to the other immediate priorities, the description described specific actions. And so discrete tasks. SAFER, when you read it in the document, it describes the overall program. And so it's very different in the description of what's provided in the document and versus precise task versus an overall program. And so for me, it reads a little different. And when you're looking at it. And so this was my suggestion, is highlight it as the overall program, because versus going and looking at the program itself does not come to us. The discrete task within, specific discrete tasks within the overall program. And so those tasks were not listed. And so versus going in and listing every single task underneath the program, my suggestion was to highlight the program itself.
That's helpful. I appreciate that thinking. And okay, yeah, I'll kind of hold that as we continue to see what other programmatic priorities kind of fall into this this bucket on the thematic priorities. Thank you. Appreciate that, board member.
Yeah, and I'll just add, that's super helpful context. I think that goes to, in my mind, just wanting the descriptions to be more clear on the actions and outcomes that we're trying to achieve. Because I agree with you in terms of maybe, we saw some, each of us separately saw internal drafts of descriptions, and I think there are, even in, there are specific goals, especially for SAFER, for each year that could be, a clearer description and outcome of what the priority is, rather than what was there. And I think that would be more helpful to refine the description to be, okay, what actually are we prioritizing achieving, rather than what's the program. But that's my initial instinct, and would want to, I think, marinate more on the concept.
Yeah, and I think in hearing the context for the request, it does bring up, I know generally, our desire to have more kind of standardized language around these items, so that, to your point, Board Member Morgan, the SAFER priority will say, reads, again, like a program, doesn't read like some of the other items that are more discrete actions. And so it might be something that can be addressed by the way we actually talk about the item or see it there. But this has been very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're ready to proceed. Yeah, thank you.
Next
Oh,
slide.
sorry, one other question,
please.
since we're on this. Just, can you highlight how currently we have this policies and priorities table that, maybe some folks update more frequently than others or use more frequently than others, but it's a place where folks, everyone, the public and everyone, board members, can see where things are at in terms of the process. And it just strikes me, we just had this drinking water priorities, very extensive list. Like I said, there were some great slides there, just the last two slides really, that kind of broke down what was going to happen this year. But I guess I just would love staff's thoughts on how we, in my mind, as a first cut, I would think that we would want to continue to just to utilize a table like that, because it can be updated and more live. And maybe it's not every day, maybe it's every month or quarter, but at least it's a place where it's a little more living than this document, but it could be linked, and also clear how it's linked here. So anyway, I just, in thinking about the drinking water priorities in particular, how we integrate that, I don't know how much they're already integrated with the policies and priorities table, but ideally there'd be one place where we could go for all of them and see where they are in that process and link to existing resources like that, and then make sure that this is consistent with that.
I totally agree. And I think that everything that's in the strategic work plan is reflected in the policies and permits table, even those that are ongoing activities that don't have an action this year. They're listed as high priorities in that table. And I can't speak to how frequently everyone updates it, but most of those that are responsible for updating it are in the room, and they have now heard that you'd like it updated regularly. It is actually part of the executive director's report every month, and so it should be pretty up to date each month.
So yeah, I agree, and I think that's a good suggestion. So we should think about how we could create a crosswalk between the two documents, so it's easy to see, maybe we create a new column in the permits and policy table for strategic action number or something, just so it's easy to map one to the other. And then the other thing I was going to add was that while it's still static and not as dynamic as you're talking about, Board Member Firestone, we historically have done the meeting in the summer where we get together, and as part of that, we have typically provided an update on the status, at least of what used to be the starred items, and now I would imagine that would be the immediate priorities that we would provide updates on. And so that is one of the opportunities that we have to update the board and the public on the status of these. But I do like the idea of linking it to the permits and policies table.
Many thanks.
Now should I move on? Okay, excellent.
Prepared.
Will do. Okay, continuing with the theme of protect public health. These are the ongoing priorities. So again, these aren't ones that will come before the board or have a major action this year, but ones that are high priorities that will be longer term. Starting with the water and wastewater affordability, that's one that DFA sort of on a regular basis keeps in mind as we're considering the funding programs. Investigations of sources and fate of PFAS chemicals, the PFAS, and then the rest of these are all ones that you already heard about from DDW. And again, would like the input from the board as to how many of the items, because this is not the exhaustive list you heard from DDW. How many do you want? Which ones do you want to highlight in the strategic work plan? Would be good input to hear today. And I don't know if you want to do that now or, we can pause.
Looking to see if board members have some thoughts. Board Member McGuire.
Yes. Thank you. It is tricky. And I think to Board Member Firestone's comment about how do we link different priority setting exercises, that's going to be an evolving conversation. And I'm a little sensitive here to the drinking water priorities because we just had an item and discussed quite a bit there. And I think one thing we acknowledged through that item was that more discussion is warranted and there's going to be further conversation about priority setting for the coming year. So I would probably err on the side of having a little bit fewer priorities on the drinking water side this time around. But none of these, I'm having a hard time pointing out anything from this list. So maybe we'll just let sleeping dogs lie here.
Yeah.
But could you, just for my own clarification, where it says manganese regulations, can you, is that just the issuance of the notification level, response level, or is that some other regulation? I'm kind of looking around to see if
Mr.
someone can just
Polhamus
clarify,
is
because that's
still
a
in
new
the
one.
crowd, so
I
we
just
can't
want to
hear
make
from
sure
him.
I'm tracking what we
If
mean.
it was the
that.
NLRL, it should be on the immediate because
Yeah,
that's
why
going to be done
that's
now.
why I'm asking what
Yeah,
this is.
no, I think this is more the long-term concept of the eventually potentially an MCL along with distribution monitoring regulations, because that's really the weak spot of manganese is how we monitor it in the distribution system.
Yeah, so maybe just being more explicit in the
We
title.
definitely could have a better title there probably to help you out a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that one seems a little far out to me. Again, I see. This is a difficult conversation to have because if you point to anyone, we can say yes, there's health impacts from any contaminant, and so maybe just some further conversation later about how we assess. Some of these are just you have a lot on your plate in Division of Drinking Water, and so what I reflect on is every year we've got a long list. And that list continues year after year after year, by and large. And so,
Yeah, and if I
so
can,
figuring out how do what are we trying to say here through this strategic work plan document in terms of how drinking water sets its priorities? Because this is like another saying it's a super priority almost for the resolution we just adopted a few minutes ago. And I would almost ask, like, why isn't arsenic on the list? Right? For example, there's a lot we can bring up and kind of consider as to why we would put something here in addition to having it on the resolution we just adopted. So I just want to flag that I've got this a little bit discomfort with.
Yeah, no, I think the rest of us as
That-
well are
yeah.
kind of, like you said, struggling with, what best to actually put onto this versus the more comprehensive, if you will, DDW list that was just, I think, I'll say this is, I think, a good first cut potentially, but I'm going to sit with it a little more and really figure out kind of, at least for myself, what I think potentially on the ongoing priorities, at least from that list. I think it's clear for sure on the immediate priorities, what's going to come up this year. It's this ongoing priorities bucket that most of everything else that was covered by DDW here, again, they're all kind of these multi-year projects. So which amongst them should we really elevate as a board? I think we're still in the middle of. So yeah, appreciate that, board member.
Yeah, and I'll just add, so one little thing is I think it would be helpful to move manganese to immediate priorities, just given that it's also then we can check it off the box. It'd be nice to say we've accomplished something in the first few months, hopefully, and any day now. Not to say that there isn't ongoing work, but I think, you've heard this is a board priority and it's such a priority, it's going to get done in the first quarter. And then I think on the, here's the thing I'm struggling with on this, in addition, and I agree with all the discussion so far, but is take water and wastewater affordability. I feel like the discussion we just had was there are some lenses and processes that we are committed to doing, and we're prioritizing that over the next year. This year, we will have a staff-led workshop that's talking about MCL prioritization. And I think, what we heard was some discussion around how do we incorporate affordability thoughts? How do we incorporate affordability goals as well as public health protection and equity issues, among other things, but those value lenses. To me, if I were going to step back, I feel like what I would think about is that rather than having a separate line item on water and wastewater affordability, which the description of that, I think it's not clear to me exactly what that means beyond what we're doing in SAFER or but I think that if we, and there's a couple spaces further on in this presentation where we have kind of these are priorities for process improvement attention, basically. So I feel like this is where process improvement is the right word, but we're basically saying we are going to dig in this year on how we engage with the public in particular around thinking about MCL prioritizations and incorporate these water and wastewater affordability, water and wastewater affordability, but also equity and public health. And so I don't know, I guess I think it's helpful to maybe think about how can we as a board express those priority attention spots that we want the executive team to really help focus on. And also, I think, we don't want to have a separate, like we just, we have a public process around MCL prioritization. We don't want to have this be like a second bite at the apple of it necessarily. It seems like we should really have that within that process. So I don't know. That's my gut on this. But
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's the desire here is to have alignment across these other activities that were happening, that are ongoing, that are semi or quasi priority setting, and then how this document reflects those. And I agree. It's kind of, we're still trying to figure out what that right balance looks like here amongst this, and agree with your point on wastewater affordability, water and wastewater affordability. What we're missing here are the descriptive paragraphs that come after these titles. And that's where, again, standardizing, understanding what the action is, all of that will be helpful. But this has hopefully been useful to you in this moment, at least this discussion.
Yeah, I just say keep in mind that what you're seeing is very much shorthand of the actions, so it is a little hard to recall back to what specifically they are. The other thing I was going to, just throw out as an idea is, we could list the specific MCLs for anything that is an immediate priority, meaning we think we're going to act on it within the year. And then for the ongoing ones, we could tie it back to just all of the MCLs in the, we could lump them as to all of the MCLs that are in the priorities that you just adopted.
Yeah.
And we could kind of do it that way. I don't know if that's I kind of like the specifics because it's more clear, but that would be a way to make sure we're capturing everything and not being too specific about, all of these MCLs that we don't know that much about.
Yeah, I actually kind of appreciate that, especially as we do better at the way that priorities document, say on the Division of Drinking Water side, is created and done. We can focus on that as the space that we do that and not have to worry as much at reinventing the wheel on the priority side for Division of Drinking Water, and simply say, there is that other document, and point people to it. And, I think that can be actually useful instead of trying to pick amongst then those ongoing priorities, which should necessarily be reflective here. And like I said, as we have improvements then to that process that we're open to and have nodded to, that then kind of self-corrects in that space. Board member, yeah.
I would say that largely makes sense, although I think I'm thinking back to hexavalent chromium and our experience with that MCL, and it was actually really important to have that listed as a priority, and it still took a very long time for us to get that MCL adopted. So I think there's a place here. And for example, like PFAS, at this point, we're moving towards starting the rulemaking. I wouldn't take PFAS off the list by any stretch, and I'd have to think about whether there's another one or two that might warrant staying on there for that reason, just to keep the signaling at the right level.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it might be a balance of the two.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a couple, insofar as here's a couple of higher priorities amongst them, and then refer to the document otherwise. I don't know.
I would
There's
also
so many ways to
note
cut this. Yes.
that there may be more alignment here than is kind of conveyed through these shorthand. So if you think back to the DDW presentation that we just saw, a lot of their priorities for this year weren't necessarily to complete the MCL this year. It was to issue the NL notification for manganese, for example. So we have kind of shorthanded some of the things here to identify items that may be done this year or that will continue to be worked on in out years that are reflected in that DDW plan as well. And so just noting that it may actually be closer than we think.
And then one other thought, we've got a problem here of too many cooks in the kitchen, but I will say that one idea could be to kind of have a more narrative discussion. So we have protect public health here, and maybe just an explanation of sort of what our principles are. For example, focusing on water and wastewater affordability issues, and really some of the text that's there would provide some context then for the high, immediate and ongoing priorities, and that would let us fold some of that language in and explain why the priorities are the way they are.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Right now, we just have titles essentially for the themes. If we wanted to have an intro paragraph for those titles, maybe it covers then some of the things that we would be, inclined to make an actual item amongst it, but maybe the reference and the words in the introduction paragraph are enough.
Right.
And
I
we
like that.
can, we actually have some of that, and so we'll when we bring back the final, we'll have that, and you'll get an
That sounds
advanced
good.
copy.
I'm supportive of that suggestion. Okay, I think we can continue on with the presentation.
Slide. So we've gotten through the first of the 4 themes. Thank you. And we're going to move on to protect and restore watersheds, marine waters, and ecosystems. So next slide, please. Under this one, we just have the immediate and ongoing priorities, starting with the strategy for addressing harmful algal blooms. This one's an immediate priority that will eventually become sort of an overarching strategic plan type, where we're prioritizing work under it eventually. But we're planning this year to have an item before you that is our coordinated strategy on harmful algal blooms across the water boards, including the regional boards. Then, of course, the update to the Bay Delta plan doesn't need any explanation. You are very familiar with that process. We will be finalizing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program Expert Panel report this year. Then we have some priority statewide permits that we have listed in this theme, the NPDES permit for pesticide applications. And so that one will be coming out as a formal draft for public comment and hopefully before you for adoption this year. Then the water quality petition order for dairies. And this last one, the water quality protection gaps left by U.S. Supreme Court Sackett decision, is a little inside baseball, and I'm hoping to revise the title of that one so it's a less, code for what we're doing here. But basically the kinds of things that we need to do to use our state authorities to protect waters because of the contraction of the authority for protecting waters of the U.S., basically the contraction of the definition of waters of the U.S. versus what we protect under our state authority. I'll pause if there are any questions, but otherwise move on. All right, next slide. We have lots of immediate priorities under protect and restore watersheds. So this is the continued list. The statewide utility wildfire general order, also a high priority for the Division of Water Quality this year. Next, we have Mono Lake, which will be before you in a couple of weeks at your next board meeting here in March as an information item. And site-specific objectives guidance for copper and zinc. This is under the umbrella of the storms strategy, which is, you'll see in a minute, another under a different theme that will be an overarching programmatic priority, but we'll get there in a minute. Then there's the statewide stormwater general permit for industrial discharges and the statewide small MS4 permit. Both of those will have major actions occurring this year. Again, I'll pause. Questions? No? All right.
I think you're good. Thank you. Should take it.
All right. Excellent. And with that, I'm gonna hand the baton to Eric Echdahl.
So I'll pick up on a number of the ongoing priorities under protect and restore watersheds. The first is update the Bay Delta plan and notably moving the lower San Joaquin River and Southern Delta potential updates two ongoing priorities. If you dig into the details, it really focuses on looking at potential new HRL or healthy rivers and landscape proposals, also implementation and just following through on that 2018 update. It's an ongoing action that's going to require some time to work through. Clear Lake Hitch is an ongoing.
Sorry, can I
Go ahead? Yeah.
maybe just because there's so many things.
Yeah.
On that one, can we, your description just included implementation, but you know, the shorthand bullet just says update the plan. And I think importantly, there's a lot of work needed to hit the ground running and implementation of both the Sacramento and Lower San Joaquin River one. And I personally think it would be helpful to either, if we mean that in this bullet, just add that in the title somehow around implementation, but also given that it's both the implementation for the Sacramento, it may be that we do another bullet. I'm not sure, but just one thing that struck me is that we really, you know, given the importance of this priority, we want to be moving forward even this year, some of the discussion around like the implementation methodology and tools and that sort of thing. So how we reflect that on here, I just defer to staff, but that stood out.
Thank you. And again, this is a shorthand bullet. We will review the longer text and make sure that implementation is accurately reflected. If not in both, then consider, based on your feedback here, whether or not it does deserve its own kind of specific call out and where that would go in these kind of different categorizations. But implementation is a specific, piece of what we need to do, so we can figure out a way to call that out and come back to you before our next meeting.
And sorry, just to add on, mostly just because this is the time we get to talk with our colleagues. But it does seem like a very, I'm not sure what utility it is for staff, but it does seem like if we're, a discrete area of work in terms of helping to advance the methodology and, workshopping that and developing those tools, if that's something that we want to be seeing advance, that it'd be helpful to pull that out in particular, but just to emphasize the importance of that. That's my gut, but, more discussion to.
Yeah, I appreciate that, board member. I'm also interested in making sure that we hit the ground running essentially on implementation. I think the challenge is we still need to adopt. And so anyway, so it is, and sometimes might be a little ahead of the adoption as well, if we're already trying to emphasize that. That's all.
Yeah, and I think just it's helpful for the adoption to flesh out what the implementation methodology, right? Like that's the way we've discussed it in the past.
Yeah,
So it
and
wouldn't
what the
be
timelines
actually
on that
like
is, yeah.
starting the implementation, but it would be fleshing out what are we even talking about in terms of the implementation, in terms of the curtailment methodology. I'm not probably using the right terms, but to help inform for adoption. So it seems like things that would be helpful to be working on this year that isn't, starting the actual regulatory process, which is definitely, we wouldn't want to start this year.
No, and
I appreciate
again,
that.
I think we can add, if that language isn't already clear in the existing language, adding something that emphasizes that there are things that are underway. We probably won't prioritize the methodology until we get to the point of having the plan done. There is a staffing capacity issue there, but it is part of the adoption as well in that consideration. So it's all intertwined, hand in glove, and we can try and communicate that in the language itself.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Clear Lake Hitch is an ongoing priority. The board remains engaged and continues to work with tribes and the agricultural community, as well as Lake County and others, on just advancing work around the Clear Lake Hitch, the water rights enforcement policy, which was discussed by Yvonne's update earlier today. Salton Sea, we continue to hold our annual update, and it does remain a kind of important touch point for the board and board staff to communicate with communities around the Salton Sea and just kind of see how it's going, for lack of a better term. Harmful algal bloom base objectives. These would be water quality objectives specifically, and also looping in ocean acidification and hypoxia related to issues very similar to what drive harmful algal blooms, if not the same issues. I'll pause here.
Yeah, I have some.
Please, board member.
Yeah, so I noticed a couple things not on this that I thought would be, like Scott Shasta and stream flows, maybe Carmel River, and that's a surprise to me. So I just want to hear more. And I think similarly with Clear Lake Hitch, I'd really want to understand what are the outcomes that and sort of milestones that we're trying to hit. I know, obviously, not in this bullet, but I think, if it's sort of like ongoing program areas, then that's less helpful. And so would love to get a sense of both why those other ones are missing on this and what the actual outcomes would be for the Clear Lake Hitch that we're working towards.
Yeah, those are all good questions. So the first question, kind of why are some things on here and why are some things aren't? We took, and by we, in part myself, but others, especially for these water right issues, took a fairly aggressive stance in what we moved to core workload versus what we kept on the priorities list. That is a flexible set of items, and we can bring things back and move them back and forth based on your direction. For the Scott Shasta in-stream flows, with the passage of AB 263, there was a thought that that will move to kind of core workload for the next 5 years while that bill is in place. Again, it could be brought back as ongoing because the bill is only for 5 years. And so there is this kind of inherent timeline to it. It's also going to be reflected in the annual items that come before the board, because as part of that bill, there is a requirement that we provide an annual update to the board. There's also then, you'll see when we get to the capacity constrained items, a new bullet that just says in-stream flows more broadly. So there are flavors of it kind of spread throughout. It is also then reflected in that core workload, and so open to discussion on where that one goes. Carmel River was broadly the same. We do have an outstanding petition before us, which because of ex parte, we have a very limited capacity to discuss, but we're reviewing that. There will be kind of the core workload that keeps going with it, but it has been core workload now for 10 years. And so there may be an action, but it's not clear or certain yet. And we didn't want to be pre-decisional until we kind of have heard back on that. It was moved to core workload. I'll stop there. Others want to jump in?
Yeah, well, I'll just say this is exactly what we want input from you on. If you think we too aggressively move things to core workload, you want to see them in here, that's your call. We'll do, we'll do we'll do what you tell us to do.
Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I mean, we have annual check-ins on Scott Shasta. We're actively working on the scientific assessment for that work. And so I would definitely consider it an ongoing priority at this point, especially given the time sensitive. 5 years sounds like a long time, but it's not, it goes by quick in the water regulatory space. So I think it's worth keeping there.
Yeah, agree. Scott
Agreed.
Shasta should be elevated.
No, thank you. And as Director Oppenheimer noted, this is exactly the kind of feedback we're looking for. In terms of Clear Lake, there are ongoing deliverables that are coming up. We collected a lot of information related to the informational order a couple of years ago. So in this next year, we kind of have three, I'll call them deliverables for lack of a better term, but we want to get that information out to the public and the tribes. The tribes have specifically requested it. I think it was a specific item at the most recent Clear Lake Hitch summit that just was held a couple of weeks ago. We are working on a groundwater surface water interaction model, which should be available later this year as well. And then the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been working on potential in-stream flow recommendations using the California Environmental Flow Framework, which we anticipate would be sent to us at some point this year. We have not seen it. We haven't gotten a preview of it, and that's on their timeline, but then we anticipate some sort of process that would go along with that. So there are ongoing deliverables this year. It's harder to forecast beyond this year what the deliverables would be, and in part it's going to depend on hydrology. But we can, again, update the more descriptive language that you'll see in kind of the next iteration to make clear that we have some specific items identified.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next slide. All right, next I'll talk about increasing statewide water resilience. Next slide. Here we have a couple more what we're noting could be potential programmatic priorities. The first bullet in particular, I think, gives an idea of this idea of the programmatic priority, implementation of the water supply strategy. The water supply strategy was released in August 2022. It identifies a number of actions across multiple agencies to essentially bolster and create a more resilient water supply. So it includes groundwater recharge, which would be in water rights. It includes recycled water, which would be in DWQ and potentially other parts of the board. It includes desalination. It goes through a conservation. And in a previous iteration, we had this kind of called out as, implement the water supply strategy, and it was flagged again as this thing that cross-cuts across multiple different divisions and offices and really is more of a programmatic action or thing that the board is prioritizing with multiple different kind of independent parts that would be part of it. The next bullet, strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater. Again, that's kind of more specifically within DWQ, but also the regional boards as well, and looking at how to look at urban stormwater specifically as a potential resource. And the third bullet, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So implement state intervention. As part of that, you have multiple specific actions. We could be returning or recommending returning a basin to DWR. We could be recommending an action on an interim plan. We could be recommending reporting or other kind of probationary designations. There's multiple different specific actions that would fall within the program of SGMA. I'll run through the rest of these immediate priorities and then maybe pause again there. So we also, on top of that, have these more specific immediate priorities, the site's reservoir water right application, Delta conveyance water right petition, urban and industrial stormwater infiltration policy, and then the emergency response program, while also noting the kind of earlier definition that anything that we respond to as part of an emergency would immediately become an immediate priority. I'll pause there.
Appreciate these. My only thought on the emergency response one, since we already said, any emergencies that pop up could become a, priority, unless there's specific actions on the emergency response kind of paragraph, I think we can probably strike that out.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think just a similar comment to the programmatic priorities discussion we had on SAFER, which is how we can, I don't have strong opinions if it makes, I want to think more about whether it makes sense to have this third category or not, but regardless, I think I would want to have more specific outcomes. Like my gut, similar to what I said with SAFER, is maybe rather than having this be a third category, that's sort of a general description of the important program, that it's clearer what the actions are in the next year, next year, and maybe what is the ongoing is 2 to 5 years or something like that, that is a little more concrete than what we have. And just to note, we have I notice like in the protect and restore watersheds, you have the harmful algal bloom strategy as an immediate priority. I think that's kind of an example, to me, that is similar maybe to us kind of reassessing our storms strategy. So I think we could treat them similarly. And then in terms of Sigma and the water supply strategy, I feel like we could, my gut is to have just be much more specific about what our priorities are and outcomes.
That's extremely helpful. One of the challenges, I'll use Sigma as the example, is that a lot of times we don't know what the specific priorities are. So we know that we're working on reviewing, I'll use it as an example. There's a notice out that on April 7th, we'll propose returning the Delta Mendota subbasin to DWR. But we might not know that until a month or two in advance. Sometimes we know a little bit farther. But so how do you then specifically call out those specific actions? And that's been the challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. And I hear you on that. So it obviously, I think my gut would be though that we have, we've got 2 basins in probation, and we've got a few more that are in consideration. I can't keep track. Do we have only one left? Okay. But, so like, I think we could be specific while still allowing the fact that we don't know how the board's going to go on a number of the specifics, but, identify that's my gut. I don't know where other board members are on those programmatic priority input on that.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Still, I think myself digesting but appreciate some of your points there for sure on just being more specific instead of, broad in the programmatic descriptions as to what exactly would be coming up for folks.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. And I believe yep.
Thanks. So these are ongoing priorities for increasing statewide water resilience. The first one is amendment to the ocean plan desalination provisions. This is one of the actions that would be included in implement the water supply strategy item that was in the programmatic priorities under this theme. Then continuing to bolster the data stewardship and efficiencies using the new CalWater system. I'll use this one as an example of, and I guess Bay Delta is another one where, we do a big action, a big amendment, or a big project, and that was a lot of work, but the real work is once you get to implementation, right? So including that as a continued priority. And then the last one here is protecting and monitoring water quality during and after wildfires. This one's a new one that we've added here, and it was really based on a lot of discussions in a number of venues, including the Water Quality Monitoring Council and the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, who was ground zero basically for the Palisades and Eaton fire impacts. And the need to have templates and monitoring requirements sort of in place and ready to go when emergencies happen, and not make it up as you go along when the emergency occurs. So that's what that one is. So I'll pause before we move on.
Thank you. I appreciate the addition of that. I know there's been a lot of interest and a lot of work already that's been going on in that space. My only comment is just whether or not it fits under water resiliency or protecting and restoring watersheds. That's all. And I know it's the difficulty amongst a lot of these is where they should go, and noticing that maybe a little have fewer items here in the statewide water resiliency bucket, so maybe it's fine to keep it here, and I can make the argument that it can fit, so, but for what it's worth.
I've got one to add,
Yeah.
possibly. I'm actually, I'm okay with wherever this lands. I know we have different categories we're thinking about and things, but I think it's really important not to lose sight of groundwater recharge support efforts. In fact, like to the point where I think we should call it out explicitly and just make sure we're very clear about that. It could certainly fit within the water supply strategy discussion. I think it probably already does, but I just wanted to bring it up now to make sure we don't lose it. And I'd even be okay calling it out as a separate item in some fashion. And I realize it's challenging because arguably it's a core workload because it's permits we're looking at issuing temporary permits on an annual basis and the like. Nonetheless, I think it's an area of ongoing focus and importance. So just trying to just make sure there's some space in the document to have that.
Thank you. And as currently structured, the groundwater recharge was moved to core workload, but is also specifically called out in the water supply strategy bullet that we talked about a few moments ago. So we can take a look and get your input on whether or not we want to call it out specifically as an ongoing item.
Yeah,
go from there.
I think I'd be supportive. I mean, I think we have had a lot of focus on there. It is a focus of ours. I know we have done a lot. We just recently had a release around our 5-year permits, and worth, I think, maybe highlighting then as its own, especially since we moved it down to core. Maybe just move it back up, I guess, at this point. Maybe put a finer point. Although, yeah.
Okay.
Board that. Thank you, board member. Board member Firestone.
I just want to, before, I know the next thing is internal capacity, but so just before we move on to that, I'm thinking about, stepping back and what's here and what's missing. And by what's missing, it's like what's in core workload and what's pulled out here, really. Thinking about it that way is I do feel like DFA's work, so obviously SAFER has a big component of DFA's work, but it's such a high priority and it is our core workload, what DFA does. I think what I'm just reflecting on is as you think about how you want to use the programmatic priorities category, if at all, I think the challenge is like then you kind of want to highlight like all of our programs are priorities. And anyway, I feel like when I'm stepping back in the same way that I think there's a impetus to want to highlight groundwater within the water supply strategy, I think, if we don't have if we don't have the programmatic priorities as a third category, I think we could think about how we, like I said, I think you could have something that is more specific about what we're doing. And I guess just for each of those and for the water supply, for SAFER and water resiliency, I feel like there is a DFA funding component that we have goals around. Like I know DFA has goals around what they're trying to get out this year, right? We consider intended use plans and fund expenditure plans and vote on them every year. So just thinking about how we want to draw that line between what we're putting in here. I personally think it is helpful to have specific things and goals that we have. But I also can get, there's a judgment call as to what you put in core and not. So, but I maybe just calling out that I think we could do a little more on how we pull out DFA's priorities.
Yeah, so I think I heard consensus around elevating groundwater recharge back up as an action
Board Member Firestone, I think you're suggesting that we do something around DFA that's like tangible in terms of goals. If there's, if agreement, we can work with Deputy Director Karkowski on that, and pull that up to elevate that.
And it could,
I'm seeing nodding, so we
Yeah,
can do
I'm
that.
generally
I
support,
mean,
yeah, and how, and it's kind of how best to make it oriented toward an action. And I think that's,
Yeah.
as you said, Board Member Firestone, I think that's the case for like all of these really is like, if they're here, it's because there's something that's going to happen. We're going to do some discrete action, even if thematically the issue again is important to us. It needs, I feel at least for this document to be as meaningful as possible and actually kind of say, okay, we're going to do X.
right.
Yeah.
In that vein, and what that is and how we again standardize it across and make it just easily digestible will be the challenge for sure.
Yeah.
Continues to be.
Well, with Division of Financial Assistance, of course, we've got Proposition 4 and the guidelines and the dollars that we're still ramping up and getting that set to get out the door. So that would be
That's a good hook.
something very tangible for 2026 to focus on.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple things this year that we're in addition to just the performing, kind of the adopting, our intended use plan and fund expenditure plan and implementing that. There's, like you said, Prop 4. This year we're going to be voting next board meeting on some cleanup and abatement funding. And some of those programs are new or, like the stormwater and border funding for Prop 4 is our new guidelines, basically, that we'd be developing. So I'm not sure how I think maybe just more thought into how we do this, but it's all of these are balances between like everything we do is core workload and also everything's priority. But I do feel like something's missing there that could be.
Well, and this is where I
Fine.
do appreciate Board Member Morgan, your suggestion of like a programmatic priority across it. And so maybe we do have programmatic priorities and we don't worry about listing the actions on those as much, but allow us to still highlight the work in that space as like a priority. And so, yeah, Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we appreciate the conversation, the discussion here, and I think for me, want to be careful of finding that balance of core workload and priorities. And I believe that within the proposed programmatic priorities area, we could add in. So right now we have a description of a program. It could include some of those additional items that are occurring this calendar year, but then leave that flexibility. And so, such as Sigma, where we know some, and so it's moving forward, a certain basin or something, but then you have it still within there that flexibility to where, because we don't know everything that's going to occur. And so for me, I like that of having the overall view of, hey, there are some priority programs that are happening that have a lot of emphasis on that we really need to keep an eye on. They may have several touch points, a lot that's happening. However, they're programs that are shifting. Because of the nature of the work, there may be additional items that come in front of the board that we may not be aware of, that we need that flexibility, and we don't want to have it so detailed out to the point where we're unintentionally not communicating. because it appears that we are listing all of the touch points. And I believe that that could happen. So within DFA could highlight DFA because it is a program that does end up being somewhat overlooked. It's an important program of the board that we do need to highlight, and we should highlight more. And we can highlight just the overall aspect of DFA and what DFA does, but then touch on, as Board Member McGuire stated, of like Prop 4 and some of these big things that are coming up for this year, with in addition to highlighting the overall purpose of DFA and what DFA does.
Yeah, thank you, board member.
We can try to do both. I mean, we can try to leave sort of the narrative description that's more general and add
little detail,
the actionable things to it. I don't know what that's going to look like, but we can attempt to do that.
Yeah, to board member Firestone, your point earlier on SIGMA, that, you know, we still do have a pretty good sense that we're going to be working on interim plans. And so we can leave the high level description and still within that call out the kind of more specific, maybe not dates or something, but, you know, these are the focus areas.
Yeah, let's see maybe what folks can kind of come back with this very clear direction from the board.
I'm hearing clearly that you want to, you know, we talked about groundwater recharge, that we want to elevate that.
Yeah,
back
no,
up,
we.
and I'm also hearing that we want to do something to highlight and elevate DFA. I think we need to think about what that looks like.
Yeah, and
any more input would be, you know, this is really helpful.
Yeah,
we
no,
struggled with this too. You
yeah,
know,
we all.
what fits where.
Yes.
I do want to remind you though that we embarked on this refresh of the work plan because the existing plan was starting to turn into a laundry list that was, I think, lost some sharpness. And so this is kind of why. It's because it's hard to leave anything off.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And just appreciate everyone, you know, because this is our time and space. And so we're all actively trying to think through this with each other from the dais. And just thank you. No, this has been so far very helpful, of course.
And just to, I'm not totally convinced that we should elevate the groundwater recharge as a separate item. I feel like it really fits with the water resiliency strategy. I don't want to overcomplicate this, but like if we're trying to keep things, like you're hearing us struggle with the things that you guys struggled, which is like, what do you pull out? Where is the laundry list getting too big? You know, what do you, so we're acknowledging your struggle. And I think all of us definitely agree that groundwater recharge is a priority in general, but I think that, you know, thinking about how we work that into whatever we're doing with the water resiliency, you know, fleshing out more explicitly what that is, would be including that, as you said, or I don't know that for me, also bringing a additional bullet for groundwater recharge, you know, to add to the list, but you know, I don't have a problem with it. I just figured since you said everyone agrees, I would share my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. It's important to hear where everyone stands.
Yeah, and for what it's worth on the water supply strategy item, what comes to mind is the water plan as well. Obviously, the water supply strategy was a document for this administration that we had kind of come together. We still have commitments. We're going to follow through with those. And I know the thinking is that, you know, some of this will morph into the water plan and that work. And so it might be worth kind of putting a comma or a slash and make it water supply strategy and water plan engagement, because I think that's where the continuity of a lot of those actions and the update of the water plan generally, which we'll be definitely participating in. So, all right, I think we might be able to move on to the next slide.
Next
Thank
slide.
You. Thank you for this.
So yeah, the last theme, strengthen internal capacity. This is looking at relationships, both internal and external, although it does say internal capacity in the bullet. So I guess this is internal relationships. Internal capacity to accomplish the state board's strategic mission and do so transparently, equitably, and efficiently. So if you look at the next slide, which should include a list of immediate priorities. We have tribal beneficial use designations. Again, that's a shorthand bullet for a much longer description that will be in kind of the next update. We also have the climate change resolution, which is something that the board and board team are actively working on. And then water tap, or technical access portal, which is a new kind of IT initiative by the Division of Drinking Water and Division of Information Technology. I'll pause here.
Okay. I think my only thought is I keep getting hung up over the word internal capacity, because a lot of the items are actually both. They're internal and externally focused. So maybe it's the word internal that is giving me the challenge. And so I'll just throw out there maybe just institutional capacity instead, or something like that, that reflects that this is it is an inward looking component that's certainly there, but there's more to it than that. So I think something like that might help me understand this category a little bit better.
I like the word institutional if the rest of the board's good with that. And I'll also just mention this again is shorthand. Maybe we shorthanded this presentation too much, but the full title of the theme is much clearer and broader.
Yeah.
I like.
Very supportive of that, though.
Yeah, I
Board
am
member.
too. Yep.
You
I-
don't
Board
like
Member
the
Morgan.
term?
Yeah, Board Member Morgan.
Apologize, I don't like the word.
That's fine.
Institutional.
Yeah, institutional capacity.
Yeah.
Organizational capacity.
That's better. Thank
Sure.
you.
No pride in ownership there.
Never in these situations.
Okay.
right.
Other comments on this one?
I really appreciate the tribal beneficial use designation on here, and I just want to put an extra emphasis on appreciation for that. Thanks.
All right, next slide. We have a number of ongoing priorities. A new one, an enterprise IT strategy. This is kind of looking at the board as a whole and that internal capacity. How do we kind of align different IT systems and coming up with a strategy to really take advantage of investments and efficiencies and move the whole organization forward. Racial equity and kind of a update of the racial equity action plan, which I think you might hear about in the next couple of months. We also have 2 bullets from a previous iteration of the plan, an invoice tracking system, which has been a long goal for, I believe, DAS and DFA for a while, and they are making, I believe, good progress. There could be a new fiscal module in the next couple of months. And then looking at a workforce strategy, this is kind of a combination of succession plans and just kind of building internal capacity. How do we hire more quickly? How do we build the workforce that we want in the future? And this is an ongoing item that's been there for a while. I'll pause here and see if there's additional questions.
I'll just maybe, and hate to add, again, we are trying to refine, but I feel there is just a really healthy and important discussion around affordability that's happening out there. And I don't know how or what lens, or there are so many lenses across our work that all that kind of comes in. And just for what it's worth, and I'm not necessarily asking for it to be added, but maybe just try to give it some thought as to how we speak to the ongoing affordability discussion. I know that is out writ large in our society, but in a focus for us here on the water side of things for sure. As was noted, and we had our discussion just now in the drinking water priorities discussion. Obviously our decisions here do have impacts and benefits ultimately to affordability, both through our funding programs, but then through our regulation setting. So I don't know where that kind of lives or what it is that I'm looking for. So all around very unhelpful, but just wanted to throw it out there since this is our opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and maybe we can come back to that with, I know in a future slide you have had some similar thoughts on sort of like process review improvements and things, because I feel like it's like a values lens that we're bringing into our work, and we want to emphasize bringing that into our work in the same way that we are doing that with racial equity, climate change. And so just thinking about how we reflect that in here. I don't think it quite goes in where you have it right now, but I think it's worth a discussion on how to speak to it, acknowledge that there are some thematic lenses we want staff to be bringing, but not having necessarily like a particular action.
We do, in a couple of slides, have something about process improvement under capacities constrained, and maybe tee
We can
that
talk
up
more
there.
about
Yeah.
yeah. And then I want to emphasize how I just think we're at a time this year where developing what our IT strategy is really important. I appreciate you putting this here. I just think our data and IT strategy is due for a focused strategy. So I'm glad that you have it there. And then, I think as you flesh out these bullets, we can talk more about kind of, what's under racial equity and workforce strategy. But I'm glad to see all of that there.
Yeah, and plus up, of course, the IT strategy discussion across that. I think it'll be really important. And just a nod to, I know our new CIO, Ben Rogers here. Really appreciate his joining.
Is that Ben Rogers?
Yeah.
Hi. Welcome.
All right, next slide. Let's see, is this is still me. So we have a number of appendices, and we'll go through these in a little bit more detail. We do have a list of completed actions. I do have them kind of bulleted out, and we can go through. We have an extra slide if we want, but that includes the 2026 integrated report, on-site reuse regulations. We had a language access policy, a tribal consultation policy and guidance, and tribal consultation dashboard were all completed from the 2025 plan, and so are essentially being taken off this one because they're done. We have a number of capacity constraint priorities. We'll have a separate slide on that in a moment, but these are really focused on actions. Again, this was described earlier, that are either outstanding priorities we have not made a ton of progress on because of capacity constraints, including but not limited to insufficient resources, or have the potential to develop into significant board actions in the future. I think this was originally called emerging issues, and after discussions both internally and with board members, there was a sense that they weren't really emerging. Some of those things have been ongoing issues, and staff have worked on them for years in some case, but maybe don't have the full suite of just support and resources needed to move forward as quickly as we would like to. Some of them are also then kind of emerging at the same time. So trying to thread that needle a little bit with that definition. The third bullet, actions pertaining to info items that regularly come before the board. So these are the things where we've tried to identify the annual updates, the hydrology update that you heard earlier today, the drinking water item, which I believe is statutorily required that you heard earlier today, would be on that list as well. And then lastly, we have the core workload. We're not going to run through the entire list of core workload, but just note that we'll provide that as an appendix. Let's go to the next slide because I think we touch on each of these in a little bit more detail and we can discuss there.
Capacity constrained priorities. I think of the 6-course menu that I had at the Boulevard Bistro in Elk Grove on Sunday, and I definitely reached my capacity constrained priority, even though the creme brulee was on the menu. I ate it anyway. These are the items that we are working on. It's not that we're not working on it, but that we just don't have the resources or the capacity to really make a concerted effort and make it a high priority and bring something over the finish line. in the short term. So we want to flag them for things that we want to track and maybe order the next time we go to the restaurant. Sorry, it's a really bad analogy. I was trying to link back in. Anyway, so one example is in-stream flows. We had a conversation about maybe highlighting those as well. And you know, honestly, these could become priorities, but there's also a need to identify what we're not going to do to make them priorities. The constituents of emerging concern management strategy, it's one that we are continuing to implement the monitoring requirements in the recycled water policy, for example, and how do we ramp up on new constituents that we need to pay attention to. So it's not as if we're not doing anything, it's just an overarching strategy that we need to articulate and bring before the board eventually. An update to the website. Now that sounds like a simple thing, right? But it's a work for probably every person at the water board would need to put some effort into figuring out how to update the website and what is in and what is out. I think of the accessibility requirements. That was a huge lift, and it required everybody to really attend to what needed to continue to be on the website, what needed to be removed, and how do we get to accessibility for all of our documents moving forward. So similar effort, big lift. And then a couple of new ones that we added. So those three were ones that came from the 2025 annual work plan. We had a couple that we added, 6 PBD. Again, we're tracking it as part of our CEC strategy, for example, and we've brought some information items to the board, but no, development of water quality objectives or some sort of, path forward for the water boards at this stage. And then another new one that was added is just how do we do better at reviewing and improving the process for our regulatory processes? So this is sort of like Lean Six Sigma for how to review and issue petition orders, or doing the water quality control plan reviews on a regular basis and identifying the projects that come from those and addressing those big high priorities under those reviews. Those are just 2 examples, but I think we could all think of other ones that we would love to go faster, and how do we make that happen? So with that, I'm going to pause and see if you have questions or comments around those, anything to add. All right.
Just plus up the website, even though it's capacity constrained. That's all. For me, at least,
Well, and
I'll still
again,
be
we
interested in
are
the
working
website. That's
on
all I'll
it.
say, I guess.
I mean, that as things come up, we're developing dashboards with comms around, say, the underground storage tanks is a good example.
Or even, I know our press
piece
releases are
by
now like
piece.
live as web pages as opposed to Word documents. That was a small but good change. And I think another one is our agendas. Our agendas shouldn't just be Word docs anymore. We should really have living pages with links, the slides, everything. So I'll just throw that out.
Yeah, and maybe that could be, just adding to the kind of IT strategy priorities. I mean, I know you have the
Yeah, the enterprise IT strategy, I'm sure will have the website as like a item within it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about what enterprise means, the word in this context, to be honest, but I feel like an IT strategy would include, our data systems, but also these sorts of things like our other IT systems, like our website and communications things. So like thinking about how we express that. And, we don't want to overwhelm our new director
do.
here, but I think figuring out how to enable that department to have their, their internal priorities strategy that, includes both our data systems as well as these sort of communication web tools.
I appreciate that, board member. And enterprise are simply the program or the agency-wide sort of systems that can be accessed. So that includes even our email servers, say, It includes like CWICs or, so all those are enterprise. And as I understand, at least when I last got an update, there's somewhere near like 65 enterprise systems that we have comprising all of our programs and our work. And so got some work to do around prioritizing.
Yeah.
Vice Chair, apologies.
Hi. Well, I'm just now actually joining the webcast, but I've been listening. I had to travel from another appointment, and so I've been listening and want to share my thoughts on a couple of things. But first of all, on this slide, we'll just say that I think this is a real opportunity. We are constrained from telling our story about our budget challenges, because of the process that we need to go through. But this is an indirect way of telling the story. And so I think, really thinking about what else could be on this list. Of course, all those positions that we got for the Sackett decision and the additional workload are really helpful, but that might be one that we'd want to consider adding depending on whether or not, you all think that that's enough. The cannabis program, there's just so many things that come to mind. And then I do have some thoughts. I don't know if we want to just wrap this up and then come back to me, but I do have some thoughts about the discussion on the priority programmatic category discussion.
Yeah, I think now's a fine spot.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. So I'll just say on this that it feels like this back and forth about how do we keep it constrained to our actual priorities for this year. And then it feels weird when something that's important to us as individual board members doesn't end up on the list. And so then we have this tendency to want to put it back on. And so I think the priority programmatic is a good way of dealing with that. Just thinking of, maybe eventually Bay Delta could end up on that list. It's hard to imagine, but it would be odd to not have Bay Delta mentioned. It'd be odd to not mention SAFER, odd not to mention groundwater recharge. These are all so important to us as a board, as the agency. These are important for the administration. These are all really important goals. And so I think that reworking on priority programmatic and then, maybe calling out examples. And if it's a strong enough example where action is going to occur, then, it gets elevated on the list. But I did want to just weigh in on it. And I think board member Morgan was onto a good idea, and I support it, generally speaking, as we sort through these individual examples. Thanks.
Fantastic. Much appreciation. Thank you, Vice Chair. I think we might be ready to proceed. Thank you, Ms. Mogus.
Next slide, please. And then we do have another appendix that would list out routine informational items. We already touched on this earlier. Things like the hydrology update, annual operator certification program by DFA, and you'll see a list of that when you get the kind of updated revised version in the next couple of days. It also does plan to have a hyperlink to the program's public-facing website as part of that. Questions on this one? Okay, let's go to the next slide.
All right, and I get the privilege of taking us home. So we are slated to present this final version based on all of this very clear and consensus-based direction that we got from you all during this discussion on April 7th. And so that will require a quick turnaround, of course. We do plan to provide it as a draft publicly prior to the board meeting as well. And so it will take a bit of a lift to turn it around quickly enough to get it back to you, but that's our plan at this stage. And with that, I think we can open it up to any additional discussion that or direction you'd like to provide to us.
Thank you. We really took the direction from our executive director at the start to interrupt and to speak and so thank you everyone, because I know this item has gone on for a bit, but this is the space that we have in order to have a discussion amongst ourselves. And so it's really appreciated, everyone's patience as we work our way through this all. I think I flagged the majority of the things I would like to bring up further through the course of our discussion. I'll sit here for a moment and think further, but looking to my fellow board colleagues, if there isn't anything that we haven't brought up yet, or to leave us with as, folks go back to kind of do this final work on a draft, and appreciate that we will, like you said, Ms. Mogus, get something out to folks in the public so that they have it to read before we go to our final meeting on this. And this isn't something that we adopt formally, so this isn't going to be a board action, but obviously heavily informed by the board and the engagement we have from folks. So just a lot of appreciation. As everyone can hear, it is difficult, just given the incredible great work that goes on in the institution, to figure out how we slice and dice what are the priorities on the board amongst it. But do appreciate that. And I know that we do have commenters, and so we will also go to those here in a second. But looking to just finalize from the board at least, anything further? All right. Well, then
Just
let's.
if staff have questions, I mean, from the very clear guidance that we gave. But if,
We'll
yeah,
have
if
internal
you,
follow-up, right? Yeah.
We do. I don't know that there's something specific. I would definitely invite Eric and Karen if they've got specific questions, but I'm just thinking through this. I think where we're at is we're gonna have to take the input, try to do our best to finalize the plan, and I think we'll get that to you and then we'll brief you on it. I'm thinking that this may take a little bit longer than 30 days to get in shape, because I think what we come up with based on your input is not going to quite hit the mark. It'll, hopefully it'll be closer. We're honing in on something, but I have a feeling there's going to be additional input based on what we come up with, and we might have some follow-up questions. I don't know if there's anything specific that you all have. No.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead and hear first from Marty Farrell and then Kaya Rivers. I think actually those are our two commenters.
Sorry, just have to adjust this for a second.
It is. It's on, so you should be good. Good to see you.
Awesome. Good to see you as well. Good afternoon, Chair Escobedo, members of the board. Thank you as always for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marty Farrell. I'm a staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance. First, I want to thank you all for your work in identifying and setting priorities for 2026. As I think was made obvious today through this discussion, and as CCKA is aware, there are a lot of pressing issues and priorities in front of the board. And so we know the work and the time and effort that goes into taking on this task. We also really appreciate the opportunity to provide input on this priority setting. And to start, we'd like to echo the board's concerns over the omission of permanent in-stream flows for the Scott and Shasta. While AB 263 does help buy us time, and I think Board Member McGuire pointed this out, the bill really is only for 5 years. And we all know how quickly the years can pass by here, not to get too sentimental. But 5 years really is not that long. And so I just want to emphasize CCK's desire to have permanent in-stream flows for the Scott and Shasta prioritize, and also emphasize the need for those in-stream flows to support salmon recovery. Additionally, not discussed today, but we want to express our appreciation that the State Water Board is committing to developing off-site stormwater guidance. We really believe that the next generation of California stormwater program will need to include collaboration between both private and public entities to build the stormwater capture necessary to achieve our stormwater quality goals, our water quality goals, capture stormwater, and to provide urban greening. Most of the points I'm going to make here really are in support of some things that have been brought up today. So we want to support the immediate prioritization of the expert panel report. People have been suffering long enough from nitrate contamination, and it's time that growers start making real progress towards reducing their fertilizer inputs. Once the expert panel's report comes out, which I believe is expected to occur this spring, the board should not delay in utilizing the panel's recommendations to develop regulations which meaningfully address nitrate contamination. Further, to make progress toward achieving the MCL for nitrate, any regulatory scheme needs to include enforceable limits on nitrate application and discharge, which become progressively more stringent over time. We also support the prioritization of the Phase 2 permit. It's critical that the Phase 2 permit gets adopted as soon as possible. The permit was last issued in 2013, meaning that the permit is now 8 years past its expiration date. Most importantly, the trash amendments, which were adopted in 2015, do not become enforceable until they are incorporated into the appropriate stormwater permit. The trash amendments provide a 10-year compliance schedule, but stated that the final compliance deadlines would be no later than 2030. And so back to this point of how quickly the time passes. 2026 puts us just 4 years away from that compliance deadline, but the trash amendments are still not in the Phase 2 permit. We also want to support, what I believe was brought up today, the prioritization of the OAH water quality objectives. So we are reaching the point where potable reuse projects in Southern California are in the planning phases and making nutrient removal commitments. Based on the science, those commitments are not enough to prevent degradation of the ocean's beneficial uses. If the state board waits too long to adopt OAH water quality objectives, then these potable reuse projects will be too far down the planning stages to hold them to the necessary standards. As we said when the potable reuse regulations were adopted, these projects need to know the appropriate standards they must achieve for their new receiving water discharges before the recycling projects themselves are planned and constructed. And then finally, not discussed today, and again, we recognize that the board does have many priorities, but we would be remiss not to bring up the issue of a statewide non-dairy CAFO general order. CCKA briefed many of you back in 2019 regarding the lack of regulated CAFOs in California. To highlight some of those points, the EPA has estimated that there are 942 unpermitted non-dairy CAFOs in the state. And we personally, as an organization, have identified hundreds of these facilities throughout California. By failing to provide non-dairy CAFOs with a general order in which to enroll, we are providing an unfair playing field for those CAFOs versus dairies. We also fail to provide non-dairy CAFOs with the permit shield that's necessary to protect our operations from citizen enforcement from groups like ours. Not to mention the water quality benefits provided to these watersheds by bringing these currently unregulated sources of pollution under regulation under a permit. So to close, just want to thank the board for its work in identifying, setting, and articulating its priorities. Again, we know that this is not an easy task, especially given the amount of issues that are under your purview, but we really appreciate the work that you're doing to set these priorities, and we really appreciate the opportunity to provide input at this stage. So thank you.
Really appreciate that input, Mr. Farrell. Appreciate the continued partnership with you all, and just thank you. Thanks for the advocacy. It means a lot. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
There we go.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. I wanted to thank you all for letting us tune into the discussion today around your yearly priorities. It's great to get some insight, and I really look forward to seeing what the work that the board completes on the identified priorities this year. And I also appreciate all the drinking water priorities that you all have identified as well, and find a lot of common interest and common effort towards what we want to work towards. So I really appreciate that. For example, I appreciate the work that the State Water Board is doing towards the expert panel and making sure that report gets out. The expert panel is on the brink of releasing their final draft report, which includes some really great recommendations, which can support the board's responsibility to protect drinking water from further nitrate contamination. And it's been nearly 3 years since the State Water Board has convened or said that they needed to convene this expert panel before reinstating numeric nitrogen limits in the irrigated lands program. And I really urge the board to act quickly with updated direction to the regional boards once the expert panel presents this final version of the report in order to prevent additional and the unnecessary delay to fulfill the State Water Board's responsibility to making progress towards the human right to water. And even then, source protection is just one part of the drinking water crisis that many Californians face. Communities still need effective drinking water mitigation in order to have access to safe drinking water. And many of these communities are dependent on domestic wells and have an unreliable drinking water supply. For that reason, we appreciate the State Water Board's work to develop a domestic well strategy, and I urge that the State Water Board prioritizes finalizing this strategy this year, and that this strategy prioritizes supporting long-term solutions like consolidation for domestic wells. I also ask that the State Board utilizes all funding sources in order to work towards long-term solutions for these domestic well communities and strategically uses funding from drinking water mitigation programs such as CV Salts, Sigma, and the Developing Alternative Water Supply Program. Specifically, the Alternative Water Supply Program must be successful in order to truly support these communities on the Central Coast that are impacted by nitrate contamination. And as the program continues to develop, we ask that the State Water Board works closely with the Central Coast Regional Board in order to provide the support and guidance necessary to ensure that funds from this program are successfully allocated to impacted communities to provide solutions, and that the State Water Board and Regional Board work together to identify how SAFER can administer these funds under the program to ensure its success. So thank you for letting us tune into your conversation today and for the time to provide public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Really appreciate the engagement here and the discussion, the suggestions, and the ongoing just partnership as well. You know, as you brought up domestic wells and the ongoing work I know we have, and there's also the DRIP collaborative that is out there that I know recently set out their agenda, which will be focused on domestic wells, roles and responsibilities, and drought response as well. It does now here bring me to the thought of, you know, where drought work, ongoing drought work, which I know Board Member McGuire is always good to remind us that we need to be taking these moments when we're out of drought to be a bit focused on drought so we're better prepared for drought. You know, we did have ongoing items and prior work strategies around drought response and domestic wells and that kind of space. I'm not asking for it at this moment, but definitely just noting that it fits in this category of definite priorities for this board, but a question of where best to reflect that if it is ongoing and within, and I believe at this point, it's part of the appendix of kind of ongoing work and, you know,
yeah, I just
or
checked
workload. So
with the team core workload.
yeah, just wanted to just deepen the discussion and appreciate Ms. Rivers' flag of that for it. And again, at this point, not necessarily asking for that, but just want to know. Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Fellow colleagues, is there anything that's come to mind that we want to reflect on further here? Again, there will be further opportunity as staff refine it, come back to us. And so look forward, I think, just to the next iteration. Hearing none? Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for this thorough discussion. Thank you for everyone being here, part of it, listening in. This is I really appreciate the transparent way that we have to engage in all of this work. These are really important conversations for folks to hear. So much appreciation for the time and structure to have it. All right, that wraps up item number 6, brings us to item number 7, coming to the last moments here of the board meeting, and we're at board member reports. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, if they have anything off the bat, I need to quickly pull up my schedule.
I can go first. All I have to report is on February 26th, I participated in a webinar with UC Berkeley Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment with Mike Kaparsky and Marie Grimm and a couple of other panelists on the topic of data centers, proliferation, and what they mean for water demands and water use, and especially in stressed areas in California. So it was a really good discussion. Obviously, there's a lot happening in that space right now, a lot of conversations happening. It was in response to a report that they just issued last month. And so if you haven't taken a look at it, I strongly recommend you review it. It has, it's very comprehensive about what they see as impacts and some thoughts about how to go forward. So it was a good discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. And I would just note, last Wednesday on the 25th, I was at the US-UK Data Center Energy and Water Summit. Same topic, similar. And here, this was a convening by the UK Embassy of other state regulators, and then also some folks in the actual data center industry, Amazon. Was a great and important, I think, good discussion. I think you and I are paired on the issue now, so I think we have some notes to compare from your webinar, and just always reminded of what are a lot of emerging issues as we even try to deal with what's already on our plate. And this is definitely one of those spaces where there's a lot of talk and attention. And right now we're at the questions phase. And so I think it's a good place to be right now. And look forward to what I know is going to be a lot further engagement. I believe next week there is an assembly hearing as well on this topic. So hot topic, and just really appreciate, board member, your participation and expertise in the space. Other board colleagues, board member Firestone.
I spoke with the Pacific Water Quality Association, which is the manufacturers and distributors of filtration technologies, especially with point of use, point of entry, and household, but not just that. It's a broad association. And so good discussion. I'll follow up with staff on, I think there was a lot of interest in just learning more from our staff on what we're doing. We have some pilots going on point of use, point of entry, and just thinking about how we can ensure that the manufacturing sector and the folks that need to apply for certification and listing of their technology really are doing that, and that there's a lot of improvements that were made over the past decade on getting things certified in our state, technology certified in our state, and sometimes that doesn't trickle down into the national manufacturer's psyche, and so look forward to follow up on that.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. Looking to other board colleagues. Vice Chair.
Yes, I just had one. Yesterday, I met with Cal Poly's agricultural leadership class, which is something that I do every year. George Stories brings this group to Sacramento once a year. He's been doing so for 25 years, and good discussion, a lot of good questions. And the one thing that I noticed, which was quite interesting, is that I'm noticing more and more geographic diversity throughout the state, people interested in agricultural issues, and a fair number of people from the Bay Area and Southern California. So it's a good discussion as always.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board member Morgan.
Yes, on last Wednesday, February 25th, I participated in the annual Clear Lake Hitch Leadership Summit. And so it was a very good discussion just about the priorities and the work plan for this upcoming year. So the task force had been meeting over the last couple of months to look at the coordinated work plan for tribes and state and federal agencies to what couldn't be accomplished over this next calendar, actually, well, I should say fiscal year 26-27. And so they provided a presentation on that work plan. And so looking at enforcement, research and monitoring, restoration and implementation, and co-management. So it was a great presentation and a good discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for representing the board and being there, and your leadership, board member, really means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That wraps up our board member reports, brings us to the executive director's report. Executive Director Oppenheimer, anything you'd like to highlight or?
One thing, reflecting back on the item that we had earlier today on the enforcement highlights, board member McGuire, you had just remarked that there were a lot of drinking water violations relative to the number, or drinking water enforcement actions relative to the number of systems. And I know you're all aware, but others may not be, that in the executive director's report, every month, Division of Drinking Water catalogs all of the violations statewide of drinking water systems. It's a long table. It's I skim through it every month. I find it helpful, but what you notice is there are a lot of times when you have one system, there are multiple violations for that system, and I think that might be why you get so many accrued enforcement actions. I just wanted to call that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know a lot of the times those can be just reporting violations, and those like stack up pretty quick.
Right, a lot of them are reporting violations.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and really appreciate, and looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions on the executive director's report, but not seeing any, just thank you. Again, a lot of work goes into that report each month. It is a great compendium, and folks should really be leaning in on it when they're trying to figure out what all is going on here at the board, which is always quite a bit and really impressive. So just thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of this board meeting, although we will go into closed session here then. Our next board meeting is Tuesday, March 17th. And so until then, just many thanks to everyone, and we will formally close out this meeting at the end of closed session. But thank you. Thanks everyone for the discussion. And we will take a 30-minute lunch if that works for folks, unless we want to do 45 minutes. And in that case, we'd meet at 3 o'clock in room.
The board will be meeting in room 2540, and for the board members who are participating remotely, they have a Zoom link. And just to clarify for the record, the board will be meeting in closed session on both the items disclosed on the agenda.
Yes, thank you for that. And let's go ahead and try to just do 30 minutes if folks can do that, and try to meet here at 2, or meet in 2540 at 2:45. All right, thank you, everyone.